What if the real superpower was already inside you? The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2, the Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
What up, people? On another Saturn's day. At least it's not raining today. It was raining like crazy last week. Look like the rain may be a little while. It's not sunny as it should be for California, for Southern California, but we're gonna deal with it. What's cracking, people? I know I sound like I'm spoiled because I am. Y'all don't get it. Southern California, this is what we do. We do 75 in December, 78, 80 in December. Don't hate on us. But right now, we're not doing any of that. We're not doing any of that right now. It's gloomy as shit in Los Angeles, but it's all good. What up, Soul Sus? What up, Mark Woods, Bro L Wise, Mac Films? What is Dwayne Hicks? What's cracking? Let me see. Oh, DJ Sherm, that boy Tree. What up, Brother Hodges? Shout out to Brother Hodges, doing great in the Know Your Rights Foundation. Who was that? Man, these damn names. Y'all be having me. Hold on, let me pull my computer closer. Who was that? Dre LaKeith. Is it Dre L. Keith? You guys in these names. Chaz McFly, what's popping? Summer Breeze. What was that? Shalon Mitchell. I got you, Mark Woods. Brian Bennett. What was that? Trayvon 76. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. I keep rolling when I roll this live stream. This what is this? StreamYard's live stream is not the same as YouTube. It blanks out whenever I go over it. So it blanks your name out. So I actually kind of have, when I'm trying to scroll and see your names, I have to roll the cursor over it. But when I roll the cursor over your name, it blanks you out. So that's why I'm having a hard time reading your name. It's messed up. But got you, Brian Bennett, Caramel Soldier, Darius Williams. What's up, Jan Wynn? What up, bro? Excuse me. What up, Roger Roche? What's pop locking? What's pop locking, brother? Man, what is this name right here? Damn. Almorockin Alodio Bay. Y'all better stop with these goddamn long ass names. Let's have a regular goddamn name. Damn. Almorockin Alodio Bay. Y'all are hilarious. Who else? Mrs. What is that? Andrea, I think that's it. Mrs. Andrea, Lovely Me Bay. What a excuse me, Danger Man Dubs, Travis Bailey. I got you, Soul Sus, the Godzilla, Scotty Saturn, what's cracking? I got you, Lovely Me Bay, Chris Tiger Ellis. I got you, Scotty Saturn, Ellison Gray. What is that? What was that, man? Quan J 3740. Y'all in these names. Hilarious. I got you, Jan Wynn. Big Steve. What's that? I'm just gonna call you Big Steve. I ain't gonna read all these goddamn y'all of these all these long ass names. What up, Roger Rose? Thank you for the super chats. Appreciate you. Anybody want to add a super chat? I'm gonna have a section where I just read out the super chats. So if you want me to read out your super chat, just hit the super chat. Then and during the live stream, I'm gonna just take out a section and read all of you guys' super chats instead of just going through and stopping the live stream to read your super chat. So when you give me a super chat, if I don't read it, I will be reading it in a minute. If you give me one after I read the super chats, I'll do another one. But appreciate you guys for the super chats. You wanna hit me with a super chat, or really the patreon.com is the best way, or patreon.com/real Nagas. That's one of the best ways to support. Sign up for the status classes, and at the highest level, I will give you the paperwork for free to free yourself. So if you want to get out of the system, that's have one foot in the system and one foot out. You're not totally out of the system. You don't never want to be totally out of the system. You want to utilize the system. So I teach you how to do that by contracting. And eventually you're going to have to learn how to do this so that you learn how to get to the debt discharge side of the game. So if you want to change your status, make sure you have one foot in, one foot in the system, one foot out of the system, but you're not obligated to the system. That's the main thing. And again, this is why California Franchise Tax Board is pissed at me because they don't have any jurisdiction over me because of all the paperwork that I did in the past. So if you want to do that, make sure you get over to patreon.com/real Nagas, sign up at the highest level. I will give you the paperwork for free. All right. Remember, I will give you the paperwork for free. Also, the best way to support is go to realnagas.com and boom, make sure you get not that too, but actually, boom, make sure you get the Great Book of Melanin Research. That's how you really support. You want to support. You guys been low on the support on the books lately, so make sure you get over there. I might have to in 2026. I may stop doing live streams. That's not a joke. So make sure you get over and support. If you guys can't support, then I got to do other stuff. So again, realnagas.com. That's the way to support. And when you get the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, I will give you the whole police stop law package for free, the Know Your Rights manual, the public official bonds book, the constitutional rights card and qualified immunity notices, as well as the police stop flashcards. So you get all of that for free. I know a lot of melanated people, y'all want the whole goddamn thing but can't give you the whole thing for free. But if you buy the book, I'll give you the other half for free. And the other half is actually worth as much, if not more, than the Great Book of Melanin Research. So again, it's basically like dinner and dessert. The dinner really is the police stop law package, but I'm giving you that for free because I know people don't really like eating their dinner. You don't like eating your vegetables. I call it vegetables and dessert. You don't like eating your vegetables. So I got to give you the vegetables for free. So give you the vegetables for free. And then boom, the dessert is the Great Book of Melanin Research. And that's what you really need to learn so that you can take your God power back and understand why you were revered in the past as gods. And it was for many reasons, because of your knowledge, but also because of the melanin that you wielded. And yes, everyone has melanin. Let me just say that everyone has melanin, but only some people have external melanin and internal melanin, which is the skin melanin, which is eumelanin, and the internal melanin, which is neuromelanin. So, but everyone has melanin. So Caucasian people, you can get this book too. You got melanin power. Just, you got to understand how to use it. So that's the way you support realnagas.com. Excuse me, and go to the the Naga Knowledge Shop, and that's where you will find the books. Also, realnagas.com or rapstrology.com. Boom, make sure you get over there and get the t-shirts. Bam, the t-shirts right here. Boom, we got volume 1 right here with Q-Tip. I'm working on volume 3. I'm trying to figure out who to put on there. It's not a lot of rappers left that are good. So I'm gonna have some whack ass rappers on my new one. So I got a few that I need to. I'm still doing some research on a couple of them. There's not a lot of Aries rappers out there. Did y'all know that? There's not a lot of dope Aries. Let me say this: dope Aries rappers. Let me say that right now. Aries, we not necessarily about talking. We're about doers. Aries are doers. We don't necessarily talk a lot, which is why you only see me do one live stream a week. But Aries are more doers. So really they're more on the producer side, production side, stuff like that. Like DJ Premier, when I do my my producer shirt, DJ Premier, #1 producer of all time. But I'm looking for my next. Again, I'm having a hard time finding my rappers on my next one. Roger Rose, well, I tell you, boy, I'm gonna do your live. I told you I was gonna do the super chats later. I'm gonna do this one. Since Cal forgot to mention, fun fact: November 11th was the 7th anniversary of Crambone and Tom. What? It was made in 1955 on November 11th for us nerds. What y'all know? Keaton, decreed, and cried, Crambone. According to Keaton, decreed, and cried, Crambone. Oh man, what you know about Crambone? Straight up. Crambone was my shit. That's old school Tom and Jerry. I don't know what to do with the long ass mustache. Long over with the mustache. But shout out again. So rapstrology.com. This is where you get the t-shirts. Make sure you support. Bam, we got the hoodies. As you can see, also they look good on the ladies. Ladies, get out there and get your hoodies. This is volume 2 right here. And then we also have the t-shirts. Brothers, get out there and support. Ladies look really good in these t-shirts. You look really good, ladies, in these t-shirts. Bam. You look good, ladies. Make sure you get out there and support. And again, we got the hoodies. It's winter time. Christmas time is coming up. So this will be a great Christmas gift for your family members, straight up right here. Especially if they love old school hip hop or they just hip hop fans, period. Bam. Make sure you get over there at rapstrology.com and hook it up. Appreciate you. What you say is, I agree, Kev. This is a DJ Premier's number. Yeah, baby. That's right, Roger Gross. DJ Premier's #1, son. All right, you guys. Also, again, as I said, you guys get the cards right here. You get the constitutional rights cards, the qualified immunity cards, or notice right here. When you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, this is what you have in your car. You tell the police officers, I don't answer questions, officer. And you hand them this and you let them do their business. That means write you a ticket and go about their day. This lets them know if they violate your constitutional rights, this right here. This lets them know that what your constitutional rights are and what will happen if they violate them. And the qualified immunity notice tells the police officers they lose their qualified immunity, which is their shield that the Supreme Court gave them when they violate your rights and they don't know they violated your rights. However, when you alert them to the fact they're in danger of violating your rights and then they do it, you get it on camera, they can't claim they didn't know. So this is what this qualified immunity notices are for. And they lose that qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or they are plainly incompetent. That's what it says. That's the #1 right here. Malley versus Briggs. That's why I put it at the top. Police officers lose qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law. That's why you got to tell them you're about to violate my constitutional rights, officer. You're about to do it. Keep going. I got you, baby. So that's how you got to do it. You got to let them know. It's all about notice. Because if I didn't know, then how can I be responsible? Now, that's for you in the public. That's for you in the public. Police officers, they don't need to know anything. They can violate your rights all day without you knowing, but you have to give them notice before anything takes hold. See how that's some bullshit? But when you learn the system, you learn how to beat them. And then you don't sweat that anymore. So get over here. Make sure you get this stuff. The Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, and get hooked up as you should. Bam. Oops. Make sure you get hooked up. All right, guys, ready to get into it. Also, appreciate you guys for the Cash App. Conceptual Elixirs and Shannon Ross. Appreciate you guys for the Cash App that you hit me with. Shannon Ross the other day and Conceptual Elixirs this morning. Appreciate you guys. Again, you see it at the bottom of the screen. Cash App, Real Nagas, the #9, if you want to support. All right, guys, let's get into it. Y'all ready to do it? You ready to get into it? Hold on. Oops. So what we got today? What do we have going on today? You see my thumbnail man, YouTube won't let me put the full thumbnail in there. I had Don the Throat Goat at the top of the thumbnail, but YouTube won't let me put the thumbnail in the way it's supposed to be. God damn it. YouTube's a full of shit. So I only was able to get you see the goat with the Trump hairdo? Did y'all peep the Trump hairdo on the goat? The throat goat? Just saying. Nothing personal, Trump. But some stuff did come out about you, boy. God damn, Trumpety Trump. Mr. Trumpet. So let's get into the news, actually. So, boom. So what actually happened? Let's get into it. So Trump comes out and says, release the Epstein files. Did y'all see it? He said, fuck it, release them. Let it out. I don't give a damn. Fuck it. People was on his ass so damn much. He was like, fuck it. Let him out. I don't care. So the House and the Senate, they voted to let him out, and Trump signed that shit the other day. Oh, snap. The Epstein Release Act, the Epstein Files Act has been signed. Holy shit. So what does this mean? Are we going to get all the Epstein files? Well, hold up, player. Just hold up, pimp. Player pimp. Not really. Because in the wording, it stated that they weren't going to release anything that would be, or they were going to release things that were unclassified and also that were not being used in investigations, basically things that would not jeopardize investigations. So how many investigations do you know or do you think are about to get underway for all of the people who are involved in the Epstein cases? Because if they're under investigation, then information can't be released about those people. So the big thing to do is just put everybody under investigation. Now, nothing has to come from those investigations. They can eventually just drop the investigations. But while those people are under investigation, nothing can come out publicly about those people because it may hurt the investigation, right? This is how they do shit. So Trump had the little ace up his sleeve, like, all right, I'll just release them and just redact every goddamn thing. So everything that come out, that's gonna be a big black piece of paper with Epstein files at the top. That's all you're gonna be able to see. Epstein files. And then black, all the way down the whole shit. Now, if Trump wants us to release them this time, why was he hiding them the whole time? You got to ask yourself, why was Trump hiding the files the whole time? Then he just said, come on, fuck it, release it. Now, a lot of people are saying that he had to release the files because he was going to lose this anyway. So he had to jump on it and make it look like he was on the winning side. So before they all went against him, all the Republicans turned against his ass. They all voted for the files. Like it was the House voted 400 and something to 1. Like there's only one dude didn't vote who voted against it. And then all the Senate voted. So they all turned against Trump. Why? Because they see the writing on the wall. Trump is failing with MAGA. And only the FAGA are supporting him. The ball garglers. The FAGA ball garglers are the only ones who are supporting him. Those are also the Khazarian ball garglers. They go hand in hand. So his base is, if you look at his approval rate, that fool's down in the 30s. So the Republicans are like, oh, nigga, you ain't as popular, nigga, because of these Epstein files, huh? and also the Khazarian ball gargling that you continue to do. So we can just move away from Trumpety Trump. And we can move away. And then Then he came out and showed his ass when he talked shit about Marjorie Taylor Greene, MTG, basically called her a traitor because she wanted the Epstein files released. First of all, you not a damn king or a god, fool. She doesn't owe you allegiance, fealty, nigga, loyalty. You are a public servant. You do what the people say. Supposed to anyway. And she is also a public servant. Well, she was. She just retired. She just quit yesterday. She was like, fuck all this. This is all bullshit. This whole goddamn government is bullshit. And she was ball gargling Trump so hard, then she had a dose of reality when Trump started just turn on her like he does everybody. If you don't ball gargle this nigga, he will turn on you and shit on you. So boom, she was like, oh damn. She was the one who supported him the most. She was this nigga's biggest supporter out of anybody. She was the biggest supporter. And this nigga turned on her. So she was like, shit, if this nigga can turn on me, this nigga can turn on anybody. Fuck this. I'm out. She only got in to politics because of Trump. She had never been in politics before. She was just a regular housewife and a construction worker, a construction company owner. And she got in there because of Trump. And now that Trump done shitted on her, he done shitted on her. Now she getting out. But this is what happens. The Republicans, the Republicans, they see the writing on the wall. They like, oh, Trump, you ain't as popular, bitch ass nigga. Huh? You ain't as popular with your base. So we just gonna vote to have these Epstein files come out and nothing you can say about it. Because all your base wants the files out. So he had to come and get on board, basically admit defeat, but just release them. Okay. So now he says just release them. What's the other reason that he's cool with releasing the files? What may be the other reason that he's cool with releasing the Epstein files? He says King Trump says first he think we serfs. Yeah, yeah, he does. He absolutely think we serfs. He says Trump even know Epstein from oh yeah. So you know the word is Epstein used to tap Melania, allegedly. Melania was one of the 304s, one of Epstein's 304s. And Epstein used to tap, and he introduced Trump to Melania. So, goddamn, you gonna how you kiss a girl who's ball gargling Epstein? Whoa! So here comes the other part of it. This comes the other part that I talked about this last week. And it came out and it said it was supposed to be a joke, right? It was supposed to be kind of a joke. This is a lot of people who were involved behind the scenes were saying, oh no, it was a joke. But apparently this wasn't a joke. Where they talked about Trump Trump blowing Bubba. So again, Bubba was supposed to be Bill Clinton. So then it was kind of, oh no, that's just a joke. They were just playing Bubba. But then some more information came out. Maybe that's not a joke. So let's just see what happened. Let's just see. So Chris Cuomo had Epstein's brother on the show. So this may be the reason that Trump was holding the files back the whole time. He didn't want this coming out because he's supposed to be this big masculine MAGA dude with all these he goes to the UFC fights and all this. Trump's supposed to be a real big masculine MAGA, right? Oh, I'm a man, right? If this shit comes out that you throat goating, what does that do for your masculine persona, Mr. Trump, especially around the UFC dudes? They don't play that shit. Well, at least most of them. What does that do for your reputation around UFC MAGA? You're no more. He's done. He's done. So he didn't want that coming out. And to me, everybody's like, oh, he got all this stuff. I think it was as simple as Trump's ego didn't want people to see that he might be a throat goat ball gargler. Honestly, that's what I think. That's what I think. So let's see what Epstein's brother had to say about the whole thing. Because when it came out, Trump was like, ain't nothing else for me to hide. Because also within the files, it says that Trump never did anything. He says he's the dog that never hollered, meaning that he was around the chicks, but he never did anything. And this is also corroborated by all the ladies. They said, we saw Trump there sometimes, but Trump never did anything. We never seen Trump do anything or have sex with any of the underage girls. Maybe that's because he don't like girls. Allegedly. Just saying. Well, we know he likes girls, but you know, maybe he went through a phase where he didn't like chicks. What does it have to do with the files of people being trafficked? What do you mean? What does it have to do with the files of people being trafficked? Though, so that's all one thing. The people were being trafficked. Those girls are already out there. They can release the names themselves. The girls who were trafficked are grown, and they can release the names themselves. They don't want to. They want Trump to do it. So Trump is like, look, I'm not about to put out the throat goat shit, but then it got put out. So let's see what Epstein's brother had to say about the throat goat comment, or the Trump is what do you say? God damn it, Trump. Oh, this is gonna really hurt Trump. Let's see, where is it? All right. Hold on. All right. Oops. Gotta get rid of, take that down. All right, here we go.
Want to keep it on the phone because you're afraid of what's been done and threatened to you and your family. So I appreciate you sticking your head up to have this conversation.
That's okay. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Mark, just, easy suggestion. This back and forth with Jeffrey, where he tells you that Bannon is with him, and you say, oh, great, ask him if Putin still has photos of Donnie T, I'm assuming President Trump, with blowing, which we all know what that means, Bubba.
Let me stop you here. I'm not discussing that email. This is a private email between Jeffrey and myself. It's two brothers talking. It's nobody's business what we wrote. The only thing I responded to is because people got crazy with the Bubba reference and they tried to pin it on Clinton. So I made a public statement that it was not any reference to Bill Clinton. I like Bill Clinton, and I'm sorry for him that he had to go through that. But the email had nothing to do with Clinton, and that's my last word on that email.
So all he said was Bubba is not Clinton, but he didn't say the email was bullshit. Did you see that? He denied Clinton that he was talking about Clinton, but did not deny that Trump might be the throat goat. Let's see what else. let's hear him talk. Keep talking.
What I do want to talk about is I've been recently told the reason they're going to be releasing these things and the reason for the flip is that they're sanitizing these files. There's a facility in Winchester, Virginia, where they're scrubbing the files to take Republican names out of it. That's what I was told by a pretty good source. And my main focus...
Look, do you believe that? Do you believe... Hold on, Mark, hold on a second. Two things. One, if you don't want to talk about it... All right, obviously you believe it. You just said it, but... All right, but Mark, hold on a second. Let me ask you a question.
Jeffrey did not commit suicide. That's my focus. I don't care about the files. Jeffrey's dead. So I don't care of the implications of the files. That's other people's problems. My brother did not commit suicide, and we're finding more information to prove that he didn't commit suicide. So the question becomes, who killed him? Well, who had him killed? I mean, Bill Barr is key to this cover. He's come up with so much bullshit, okay, and lies, demonstrable, provable lies, okay, that either he's covering it up or he's stupid. What?
All right, so one thing at a time. We've discussed the fact that you don't think your brother killed himself on the Chris Cuomo Project on my podcast. People can go check out that conversation. You know, the head of the FBI and his number two, both of whom who used to suggest exactly what you are, says now that they've looked at everything, there is no proof that it was anything but suicide. Cash Patel, right, Dan Bongino.
Stop right there. They didn't look at anything. There was never a suicide-capable investigation. A homicide-capable investigation. They called it a suicide early on to stop the investigation. If you read the DOJ report, it's all about the screw-ups in the jails. Cameras not working. Guys not doing their job. It doesn't address the issue of the cause of his death. And was misrepresented as a suicide because they didn't want to investigate. And more. So
you're accusing the head of the FBI in this administration of a cover-up?
Absolutely. He was the one who said in his testimony, you know, suicide. I had to laugh. How many suicides has that jackass seen? Okay, he's not a doctor. He's not a pathologist. He never saw Jeffrey's body. He wasn't there, but he knows the suicide.
Well, he certainly changed his story about it. But I want to ask you one other thing. Okay.
So the brother says it's bullshit. The suicide is bullshit, but not the throat goat comment, huh? So he knows what to say is bullshit, but not what's bull. Okay.
And I get it. You don't want to talk about it. It was a private back and forth with your brother. Fine. But it is being used as proof that your brother had compromised information about Donald Trump. Is that what you were referring to? And is that what you suspect?
No, Jeffrey, in 2016, I said this publicly before. Jeffrey told me that if he said what he knew about the candidates, they'd have to cancel the election. He didn't tell me what he knew, but Jeffrey definitely had dirt on Trump. You can see in the emails. Trump could deny it all he wants, but it's pretty clear. I mean,
Jeffrey Epstein definitely had dirt on Trump.
everything Trump says is a lie.
That's not what you were talking about.
It's provable that he was in Jeffrey's office. He said he wasn't in the house. It's provable he was there. He said everything he says is a lie.
But that's not what you were talking about in the text thread. You don't know of any information that he had.
I'm not discussing that email.
Did you know or ever see any evidence that your brother had against Trump? Did you ever see any or hear any?
Just he told me he had it. He wouldn't tell me that if it wasn't true.
And how do you explain that it never came out and that Ghislaine Maxwell has never talked about it?
Well, yeah, she got a pretty sweet deal, no?
She's in prison.
I'm not trying to hurt Ghislaine, but one of the things I found interesting.
Ghislaine is in prison. Ghislaine just got the sweet deal. She can get puppies. She can do yoga. She got puppies. she get free time. Ghislaine is chilling right now until Trump leaves, and then Trump gonna give her a goddamn he gonna give her a pardon for sure. He's like, look, chill for these next 2 to 3 years in this minimum security when you chilling, and then when I get ready to get out, I'm gonna let you out. Just don't say shit about the throat goat. Yo, Trust and Dencho, thank you, brother, for the super chat. He said, if it's true he's cooked, I hate MTG. I hate that MTG had to be sacrificed over this. Yeah, she was a real one. She just told it like it was. She was a real one, like she believed it was anyway. But she was a real one. And she bounced. She probably gonna run for president in 2028. Because she's seen as the most MAGA person in America right now, especially by the MAGA base. So she knows, and then if she leaves over this because Trump wasn't MAGA, and the reason she says she's leaving is because if she has to stay and then she has to defend this, she has to defend Trump, is not going to come from a authentic place. So she was like, look, she's been disillusioned. she's been delusional this whole time. Now she's been disillusioned. And so she's like, look, I'm out. Trump is a piece of shit. So before I start calling him all kinds of pieces of shit in public, let me be out of here.
In the testimony, when she was asked about other people, she said they were involved, they didn't do anything. But when she was asked about Trump, she went on at length about he was always a gentleman, he was always professional. And I said, why is he getting this special treatment of exoneration? And the other people, she just said, well, they didn't do anything. So, even her lawyer said they cut the deal. So that's why I believe she said those things.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
So there you go. Epstein's brother says it wasn't Bill Clinton. Wait a minute. You're not saying that it was fake. You just said it wasn't Bill. Wait a minute. Who was it, bro? We're not going to discuss that. That was between me and my brother. Like, wait a minute. No, bro, you can't drop a bomb. We can't drop a bomb like this. You're not going to talk about it, but why are you here? Oh, just to tell me that you don't think Epstein killed himself? Well, we all know that. That ain't news. Who is the real throat goat, nigga? That's what we want to know. Huh? Who the real throat goat, nigga? Well, I'm not going to say, not necessarily going to, yeah, okay. All right, let me see. So, oops. So, Mr. Trump, Mr. Throat Goat, we need, when are those t-shirts going to start coming? Hey, maybe I should get that goat and put it on a t-shirt. I don't know. Maybe I should get that goat and put it on a t-shirt, but we'll see. What'd you say? Megyn Kelly still apologized for Trump, did he? Really? You said Megyn Kelly apologizing for Trump, did he? Did she apologize? I didn't know she apologized. But so moving along. Trump says Congress people should be put to death. Did y'all see that shit? Let me see if let me pull this up. Hold on. So check this out. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Oops. So Trump done lost his damn mind, y'all. just so we're clear. Trump done went crazy. So here we go.
To the White House right now, where President Donald Trump has more harsh words for House Democrats. So get this. The president is angered by a Washington newspaper's report saying that some Democratic lawmakers released a video urging members of the military to ignore unlawful orders. In fact, look at this. Trump said on Truth Social this morning, "This is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors."
Appreciate you, Shaniqua Dawson. Thank you for the cash app. She says, you want to flex? She's stupid. She said, flex the guns. There you go. Appreciate you, girl. All right, here we go. Back to the. All right.
Lock them up. And then, a short time later, the president finished with this thought: seditious behavior, punishable by death. Heavy words there. Let's talk about it. CBS News White House reporter Willie James Inman joins us now from
Broderick Enoch. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app.
the White House. So, Willie, take us through what prompted these posts from the president. He is clearly triggered by something.
Yeah, that's right, Reed. Well, this video was posted on social media. Democratic lawmakers who also served in the military posting this message to troops, saying essentially that they don't have to follow an unlawful order. Then you saw Trump's response, posting the Washington Examiner article about that social media post and calling for these Democratic officials, saying that their behavior is seditious and punishable by death. Now, we are seeing a response from House Democratic leadership who are calling on the president to take this post down. They go into a statement. They say,
now, this fool crazy. He said sedition. Sedition, first off, is not punishable by death. Sedition is just when you are when you go against the orders of the government, right? So this is paraphrasing. That's not the actual definition, but paraphrasing. You know, that's what it is. Basically, it's going against your government, right? Going against the orders of the government, or the lawful machination or the lawful workings of the government. If you go against that, you turn against that and do something illegal against that. Now, that's only jail time. That's only covered by jail time. Treason, which is when a a member of the government works with another government in opposition of your own government, that's treason. Can anybody tell me what that sounds like? Who might be doing the actual definition that might bring the penalty of what he's talking about? Who might be actually doing that? Now, again, sedition is just you not doing what the government or what you're supposed to do as far as the laws in the government. That's sedition. Treason is you working with another government against the better interest of your own government. Now, you tell me what you say? Wait, what'd you say? The Godzilla? You mean like Khazaria? I don't know. He says like insubordinate. Yes, insubordination. That's what sedition is. Yes. Like insubordination. But who might be actually? Oh, Ilhan Omar. Yes. Yes, Ilhan Omar. She's definitely guilty of that shit. I don't know if AOC is, because I don't know what other government she's working. You got to remember, you got to be working with another government or in interest of another government against your own. That's treason. I don't know if AOC is doing that, but Ilhan Omar definitely is doing that. But who is actually doing that? Who is the top person doing that in America right now? Who would be the top person doing that in the American thing right now? Wait, what'd you say? Mr. Throat Goat. Oh, that's funny. Hold up. Mr. Throat Goat says, Trump, thank you. Yes, Trump is doing treason. Trump, he went over to Israel and started talking about Miriam Adelson, who calls him 50 times a day, right? Trying to get stuff done for Israel, not America, Israel. Then when he was over there, he asked her, who do you love more? America or Israel? And she didn't answer. So basically Trump is the one committing the treason, as he's sitting up here calling for the death of all the rest of these people. You are actually doing the thing that brings that penalty. Sedition doesn't bring that penalty. Treason does, and Trump is the one actually committing treason.
They condemn the president's disgusting and dangerous death threats against members of Congress and call on the House Republicans to forcefully do the same. They then go on to, as I mentioned, call the president to take the post down, calling it an unhinged social media post, and for him to recant his violent rhetoric before someone gets killed. Now, I'll note that Speaker Johnson, the leader of the Republicans in the House, is also responding to this as well. When he was asked about the punishable by death part of the president's statement, he essentially said that the president was defining the crime of sedition. He then goes on to tell reporters in this exchange there in Capitol Hill that it was wildly inappropriate, talking about the video that was put out by the Democrats, and that the DOJ and the Pentagon are reviewing the matter. So a lot of moving parts with this developing story, and we'll of course monitor it. And I anticipate that the press secretary will be asked about this when she takes to the podium there in the next coming minutes. Once we see her, we'll of course bring you any developments that happens with the story, Reed.
And we are there. Willie James Inman, thank you so much for that report from the White House.
Bam. So Trump wants to take out the politicians telling people. If you didn't see the video, it was just basically the politicians who were ex-military telling the current military that you have a duty to go against unconstitutional, or what they call unlawful or illegal orders, unconstitutional orders. You have an obligation to go against that unconstitutional orders. Yo, Corey Harness, what up, Corey? Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. He says Orange Benedict Arnold for the Orange Benedict Arnold and the shawarma. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, Trump is definitely Benedict Arnold, talking about they're the traitors. Now, they're telling people, the people who told Trump not to do this, they're talking about, they were speaking to ICE. However, they should be speaking to, let me take this off the screen. They should be speaking to everybody who's doing Trump's bidding at the moment, because they're worried about ICE. All these, all the people smashing, all ICE going in, taking out people, and all the rest of that. Which it does look a little bit crazy with ICE doing that. They could do it in a little better manner, but they can't. They can't do it in a better manner because these cities are not cooperating with them. So it's either don't deport people, or they have to be deported in this way. So they're not going with the option of not deporting people, because 20 million people came into the country in the last 5 years, 3 to 5 years. So we're not doing that. We're not going to not deport people. So there's a stalemate there. They're like, we're going to deport motherfuckers. So you got to deal with that, right? But it is being done in a haphazard manner where they just snatching people, snatching people up, don't even know if that person is an American or whatever. Now, this is why you have to know your rights, because you can stop this. You can stop all the harassment if you knew your rights. But if you don't know your rights, hey, they can harass you all day. So with Trump saying this, with Trump saying this is because really, where's my story? Hold up. Because moving along, they're really talking about doing this because of Trump trying to invade Venezuela. This is really what they should be telling Trump, or the people in the military, what they should be going against, because Trump has declared war on Venezuela. Not officially. He hasn't declared war on Venezuela. However, they're marching 10,000 men. They got 10,000 men over there getting ready to invade Venezuela. It says Aboriginals, we're the only Aboriginal American Indian diplomats on this land. Everyone else bumping our foreign diplomatic service agents operating at the behest of hostile foreign power entity. Okay. Well, so check this out. So Trump is just acting like he has there's no laws whatsoever internationally, because he declared the people terrorists. So that means he can just kill anybody. If he declares you a terrorist, that means he can just kill you, which is that's against the law too. He just can't declare anyone a terrorist and just kill him. That's not against. You can't do that. That's against international law. But he don't give a shit. He's just doing it. Hold on. Oh, let me find. I gotta find. Hold on. Hold on. I got a bunch of I got a bunch of stories to show y'all. Here it is, man. So this is your boy Trump.
President Donald Trump's administration has significantly stepped up pressure on Venezuela, deploying a robust U.S. naval and expeditionary force in the southern Caribbean as part of a broader campaign against narcotics and non-state armed groups. At the same time, the government of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has warned of catastrophic consequences, mobilizing both conventional forces and civilian militias and signaling that the country's extensive weapons arsenal could buy it time against a large-scale U.S. force. In recent months, the U.S. has shifted from a law enforcement style approach to drug trafficking in Latin America, typically handled by the Coast Guard or regional police cooperation, toward a military hard power posture. On 2 September 2025, President Trump publicly announced that U.S. forces had conducted a precision strike on a boat departing Venezuela, alleging it carried narcotics and was operated by a designated narco-terrorist organization.
Now remember, he says he's taking out drug dealers. However, it's shown that he's taking out fishermen, like from Trinidad. And was just like, oh, sorry, my bad. Like, what do you mean, sorry? Trinidad is like, nigga, what? The fuck you mean? Sorry. Oh, hey, guys, we're battling drugs. So, hey, there may be a few casualties. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. So, this is one of the things they were talking about. Like, look, if you are going to kill someone that you don't know is a drug dealer, or has committed, it deserves death, because you don't deserve death for drug dealing. Excuse me. You're supposed to go to court. You get arrested, you go to court, you get due process, proving that you're a drug dealer, then you go to jail. But there's no death for drug dealing. Well, not in this country. In America, you go to Singapore or El Salvador or someplace like that. Yeah, you go. Yeah, but not here. So Trump's has lost his damn mind.
He told reporters, we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat, he added, and there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. These came out of Venezuela. That strike marked the first publicly acknowledged U.S. Evan Dyer military operation in the region against a target linked to Venezuela in decades. The U.S. has since built up a deployment of multiple warships, a nuclear-powered submarine, thousands of sailors and Marines, surveillance aircraft, and special operations forces in the southern Caribbean and Puerto Rico, hovering near Venezuelan waters. The administration has also legally redefined its target. By early October, the U.S. Officially notified Congress that it was engaged in a non-international armed conflict with drug trafficking organizations in the Caribbean, and that those organizations could be treated as unlawful combatants. How these definitions will translate in practice remains contested. President Nicolas Maduro responded by declaring that his country had entered a state of maximum preparedness in the face of what he described as an extravagant, unjustifiable, immoral, and absolutely criminal and bloody threat. He warned that any attack by U.S. forces would trigger mobilization of civilian militia members and full...
He does look like a Saddam Hussein clone. Look at him. He looks just like Saddam Hussein. Absolutely. That was great observation. He looks just like Saddam Hussein. Straight up.
Readiness of the Venezuelan armed forces. He said, in the face of this maximum military pressure, we have declared maximum preparedness for the defense of Venezuela. His government lodged protests with the United Nations, declaring the U.S. strikes in international waters to be extrajudicial executions and a violation of Venezuelan sovereignty. Independent UNA experts backed that view, saying lethal action in international waters without proper legal basis runs contrary to international law. One central issue in the dynamic is Venezuela's weapons holdings and what time that arsenal could buy for Caracas in the event of a wider confrontation. Venezuela has over many years acquired an array of advanced armaments, including Russian-supplied anti-air missile systems, fighter aircraft, and coastal defense units, although many analysts say the country's military is underfunded, poorly maintained, and much weaker than its rhetoric suggests. President Maduro has made various public claims about Venezuela's defensive...
So Maduro, as Roger Roche put up there, Venezuela is involved with a bunch of people. Russia, Iran, they're giving them weapons. Also, they're sending drones. They're like, look, man. So you know that Putin and them they've ramped up their drone warfare since they've been at war with Ukraine, old Khazaria. So they have a whole bunch of drone technology now that's crazy that even the US doesn't have yet. So Putin is like, yo, I'm about to send you a bunch of drones. And then Iran is like, we'll hook you up too. So the reason they're trying to take out Maduro is because of Rubio. Rubio wants to take out Cuba. He wants to take out all the Latin American countries over there because he's pissed about Cuba and what they did to his family. So he wants to take out all the Latin American countries, right? Also, the Latin American countries are not fully under the thumb of America. So that's the other reason that they're close to America, but they're not fully under the thumb of America. Excuse me. So they're like, you need to get with this American empire bullshit. And they're like, no, we don't. No, we don't. So also they're working with China. I forgot. That's the other people. They're working with China. So that's the other reason they're trying to take out Venezuela, because Venezuela is working with Russia, China, and Iran. That's really why they want to take out Venezuela. And Venezuela's like, look, man, we don't have to work with them. We'll come in and we'll let you have a bunch of the resources if you want to come in here and take some of the resources, because we know that's really what you want too. You want the oil. But they want the oil, and also they want control. They want to place somebody in control that's a puppet to America, that they can go in and just do whatever. And Maduro's like, nah, I ain't gonna let you do that. You can come in here and get some of these resources, but I ain't gonna let you just take me out and you can install a puppet. So this is where we're at with it. And like I said, Russia, China, and Iran is like, you need some help, dog? You need some help, my nigga? You need some help, player? And Maduro was like, hell yeah. You ain't said nothing but a thing, cuz. Hell yeah, I need some help. So this is about to ramp up. We're going to see what happens, because Maduro got millions of people ready to deploy if Trump deploys the 10,000 troops. Like they got millions of people ready to get guns and arm it up. So America would lose if they tried to invade Venezuela. And then first of all, nobody asked for troops on the ground in Venezuela. Nobody wanted that shit. You didn't tell nobody who's going to war with Venezuela. But then if you go over there, you start a war with it, who's going to maintain it? You got to, whatever land you take, you got to maintain. So that also requires resources. America don't have enough money right now and military and as far as military resources to go to war with Venezuela. This is Trump to me is Trump just doing this, he's doing that bullshit. While he sends in, the other thing he's doing, he's sending in the CIA. So the CIA is doing black ops inside the country. They blowing up refineries and shit. So this is really how they plan to take him out. They're just going to have the CIA go in there and do a whole bunch of terrorist shit, allegedly, to where the people and the politicians of the country force him out. So that's the main thing. But I didn't ask for Venezuelan war. Did you? Did you ask for a Venezuelan war? Well, I'm not technically a U.S. citizen. So, hey, I don't have no skin in the game, but you do. If you got some skin in the game, you better get your ass over there and start talking, or you better get over there to patreon.com, like you see at the bottom, /real Nagas, and sign up so you can get out of the system, or not get out, but have 1 foot out, 1 foot in the system. That's really what you want to be doing. That's the main thing you want to be doing. And while you're doing that, make sure you get over there to Know Your Rights Foundation and cop some some of the tools we have to free yourself.
Freedom isn't free, but it's something we can all carry with us every day. The Constitutional Rights Card is your pocket-sized reminder of the rights that protect you. It's not just a card, it's a shield against injustice. Knowing your rights is the first step in defending them. When you're armed with knowledge, you empower yourself and those around you. Imagine walking into any situation with confidence, knowing exactly what you're entitled to. This card is a tool for awareness, a way to stand firm in the face of adversity. Don't let ignorance be your downfall. Carry the Constitution and let it guide you in defending your rights. Order yours today at KYRF.org and take the first step toward true empowerment.
Take the first step. Then when you get that card, get this one.
This is the notice.
You see that? This is the notice. But again, you get all of that for free when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research. Excuse me. The Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You get all of that right here for free. Plus the Know Your Rights Manual. Everything you need to know about your rights. So everything you need to know about police stops, traffic stops. Everything you need to know to secure your rights. Conceptual Elixirs, appreciate you, brother. You just hit me up last night. Hit me up again. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the Cash App. Make sure you follow Conceptual Elixirs lead and hit the Cash App. Real Nagas the number 9, or hit the super chat. Appreciate you guys for any of the support you do. And I do need you guys to support because the support has been a little low lately. And if it keeps being this low, I might not see y'all in 2026. I'm gonna give it another month. If it don't be that, I'm gonna have to go do what I know how to do to make money for real. So appreciate you guys for supporting. But again, we need you to ramp up the support if you guys value this information and what I bring. If you don't, then don't, and then I'll be out. And that's how that works. But let's keep it moving. So moving along. Oops. Yeah, this goddamn thing keeps moving. So Snappocalypse. Excuse me. Snappocalypse is not over, guys. Snappocalypse is not quite over yet because Trump is going to make people reapply. You have to now reapply for Snap because of all the fraud they said that was going through. People are going crazy. Now, was there a lot of fraud? Hell yeah. People was able to get their nails done on EBT. People going to Crab Shack and getting EBT. People just buying regular shit with EBT. So the businesses got hip and said, fuck it. We'll just start accepting EBT for shit. And so all businesses everywhere just started accepting EBT because they understand that's how people getting paid. So check this out. Let me share the screen. Oops, hold on. Oh, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Is this it? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Sorry. All right. I know a lot of y'all hate this dude, but he gives good information 50% of the time. So here we go.
Danielle Grant is starving. I'm trying to see if I can get some food because we literally don't have anything today and tomorrow. So we're going to try to make ends meet and we can. It's like, they're not going to let people starve. That's ridiculous. But it's like, no, that's literally like what's happening.
We begin with the return of SNAP benefits after the end of the government shutdown. But the Trump administration says recipients may have to reapply for the program to cut down on fraud. Fox 26's Angie Rodriguez is in studio this evening to share the latest. Angie.
Real quick, let me answer this. You say, what's my mental process for preparing to fast? Is getting ready for it months before. That's my mental process. Is knowing that when December 1st comes around, no matter what, that's the cutoff day. So when you're getting ready to do something and you really don't want to do it, All you have to do is tell your mind that it doesn't have a choice. You have no choice in the matter. Mind, we're doing this. And then the mind starts to prepare itself. When your mind starts to prepare itself to do something, it's easier to do once you get ready to do it. But if you battle yourself, you start battling yourself. Oh man, I ain't gonna do it. Oh man, maybe you should do it. But that's the evil subconscious winning. You can't let it win. You have to say, look, on this day, again, this is if you have to prepare. This is how I prepare. You ask me how I prepare. As far as an Aries, when I get ready to do something, I'll get my mind prepared to do it. Because when it gets time to do it, no matter what, I'm in that mode. No matter what. And that's whatever it is. Stop smoking, stop doing sugar, whatever it is. I can be around it all day. When my mind is prepared and I know that I'm not doing it, once I'm in that mode, it doesn't matter. I can be around it all day and not touch it. So you have people are different. So do what you need to do to prepare your mind. But you have to know thyself. That's the very first rule of consciousness. Know thyself. So know how you work. For me to get mentally prepared for stuff, or for me to do something like that, especially stuff that I don't necessarily want to do, I just prepare my mind for it for amount of time, a month, couple of weeks. Usually it takes about a month because I have to get all the other shit out of my system. But once it happens, boom, I'm in it. So that's usually how I do it. All right, here we go. EBT, Snap-pocalypse is not over.
Yeah, good evening, Tom.
To cut down on fraud. Fox 26's Angie Rodriguez is in studio this evening to share the latest. Angie.
Yeah, good evening, Tom. The Houston Food Bank says they have helped over 25,000 people so far this year, not including an event that they had earlier today. They tell me they're expecting an increase in the amount of people they help as the holidays linger closer and closer. As the holidays creep around the corner, so does a new deadline for SNAP recipients to reapply for their benefits. This comes just after millions receive their first partial payment for food in weeks.
Starve people. Now they want to starve them again. The Trump administration just floated a plan to force every single SNAP recipient, seniors, parents, disabled people, low-income workers, to reapply from scratch to prove they deserve food. Not because there's evidence of mass fraud. No, not because it helps families, but because starving people is now a political tactic.
There is evidence of mass fraud. They found 186,000 dead people on EBT, on SNAP. I'll say that again. 186,000 dead people are on SNAP, meaning the person died and the family just kept getting the goddamn benefits. They didn't report their their relative's death or nothing. They just kept on getting them checks. Fuck that shit. So with this no evidence of fraud is bullshit.
Already cut off full benefits during a government shutdown they created. They already told states to undo approved November benefits. And now the next step, make millions of vulnerable Americans jump through impossible hoops just to keep basic groceries. This isn't about efficiency. This isn't about fraud. This isn't about anything else. This is about punishment. This is about humiliation. This is about reminding poor people that their survival can be taken away at any single moment.
So we got to talk about the EBT community because they're currently in shambles due to the fact that the Trump administration has announced a new crackdown on waste, fraud, and abuse within the SNAP program. Now, the EBT community just received their food stamps once again after Democrats shut down the government and took away their food stamps. However, again, the food stamp program has come under a lot of scrutiny due to the fact that there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in the sense that we all know people who are receiving food stamps that probably should not be receiving food stamps. Okay, this is why a lot of the individuals in the EBT community receiving these food stamps, this is why they got their hair done, they got their nails done, crackdown, as they're going to have to reapply.
Is planning to.
Administration has announced that everybody is going to have to reapply for this program. Take a look.
What kind of fraud are they talking about?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. So it's not 100% clear exactly what the secretary is planning to do yet. We haven't heard back from USDA when we sent them an email to request more details, because SNAP participants are already required to recertify their application information every 6 to 12 months. And they're also required to update work history, income, et cetera, to make sure that they're still qualifying for SNAP along the way, or they'll get kicked off the program. So a lot of the fraud that Republicans, including Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins, are talking about is cracking down on folks receiving SNAP who aren't working, or what Secretary Rollins has said is she wants to make sure, and the president said earlier this week, is that the administration wants to make sure that the folks who are receiving SNAP benefits are those who truly need it, in their words. So Republicans have already sought to crack down on error payments, which are just miscalculations from SNAP administrators, et cetera. So we have to stay tuned and figure out exactly what the department is planning on this.
Yeah, Secretary Rollins this week said that 186,000 deceased men and women and children are receiving a check. They say that's coming through SNAP, and they are citing data from 29 states that complied with the USDA's request for information. So Secretary Rollins is teasing an eventual announcement to basically overhaul the SNAP program in the coming weeks. Do we know how the administration is preparing for this overhaul? If you could expand on that, what are they researching?
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a little bit unclear if this reapplication for benefits is something that the Secretary is looking at in terms of her overhaul. Republicans already passed a $186 billion cut to SNAP in their reconciliation package earlier this year. So a lot of the GOP priorities that we've seen come up in agricultural policy discussions in the last few years have already really been passed through that reconciliation process. That includes restricting work requirements, making sure that, just cracking down on folks who have children, changing the...
Basically, really, they're adding a major work requirement to the thing, and people don't want to work. That's really the thing. They're adding a work requirement. You got to look for work, which is, they had that already, but you actually got, after like a certain amount of time, you have to be actively looking for work. And so they don't want that shit.
The age of what they describe as a child to make more people subject to work requirements. So a lot of folks will already get kicked off of the program at that point. So it's not 100% clear yet exactly what else the administration has planned. The reapplication piece could be a key part of that, or some other new paperwork requirement for folks. What has come across to me in my conversations with Republicans is that their top priority is to make sure that undocumented people and only American citizens are receiving SNAP, which is the current law, but they also want to address that as well.
All right, y'all, quick break from the show because this is important. Look, we talk a lot here about standing up for yourself, not letting big corporations, the government, or anybody else push you around. Please have team hurt.
Y'all know this whole food stamp debacle for
today. Protecting yourself and your family isn't just common sense. It's...
Are you kidding me? So y'all know this whole food stamp debacle. First they was not giving it, now they giving it or whatever. Then they said they wasn't giving a percentage. Now they saying they giving all of it. I don't know, so much damn back and forth. They playing with too many people's livelihoods if you ask fucking me, bitch. But anyway, so now they're trying to say that everybody that receives EBT food stamp benefits have to reapply, as if they don't do that already every 3 to 6 months. Am I correct? So why do they have to do their application? It's just prolonging the process of people getting their benefits and people getting their food for the holidays. It's like y'all.
All right, I want to read these at the end, but you guys are leaving super chats that are involved with the topic that we're on right now, so I have to read it right now. So appreciate you. Spread well. Was she talking about? Was she talking to white people and immigrants on SNAP, or everybody? Just confused, or just confused over here. How is the government starving people when you can get your own? Yeah, that's what she said. That's what she said. The government is starving you. Like the government has an obligation to feed people, and they don't. But the fact that they do, and they're feeding over 10 million melanated people in America, is that reparations argument still a thing? So 40 million people in America, or 37 to 40 million people in America, melanated people in America, and over 10 million of them are getting SNAP. Is that, or is that not reparations? Y'all let me know, because I don't know if this is in the video. Let me see if this is in the video, if they're going to show it, because I don't know if they're going to show it. I don't think it shows it in this video, but they were showing people who were getting SNAP benefits and people who were the fraud, because they were going around showing the fraud. I don't have it on this video, but they showed these two ladies. These are sisters, because I just saw somebody in here talk about how somebody got $28,000 for a white woman, and she with 5 kids, right? Well, I just saw 2 sisters. They called in their SNAP benefits, and they got $23,000 in SNAP. The girl down there fell out. She jumped out the chair. One of them fell out the chair. The other one jumped out the chair and ran across the room. They was like, "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Now there's 2 sisters, 2 super high calorie sisters. Let me just say that too. Some people who could use a diet. $23,000 in the SNAP benefit thing. So when you say it ain't just Caucasian people, it ain't just Caucasian people doing that, getting paid off the SNAP.
Behind time because y'all don't spend the money, y'all don't have it, y'all trying to make up for it, or y'all just doing it on purpose and being spiteful and mean and evil. They saying it's because it's like over, I think, 100,000, 200,000 deceased people receiving food stamp benefits. Talking about, oh, it's a part of a scam and all this extra stuff. But y'all be saying that when the deceased people get their Social Security, and the way y'all been cracking down on people and their food stamps and how they qualify, how is deceased people even?
They did say something about the deceased people getting Social Security. That's also a thing. That's what Doge just found out, that all those people was receiving Social Security who was dead. So it is a big thing. All of it, girl. She tripping. They tripping on all of it. The whole damn government need to be audited, but it won't be just certain parts that are going to really affect the melanated people, more poor and melanated people.
Receiving food stamps, because now to even get approved, you got to talk to an agent or talk to a representative. So I'm confused. I don't know. It's a plot and a scheme set up by Todd, bitch.
Did y'all hear this bull crap about the new SNAP benefits rules? Now, 43 million Americans who receive SNAP benefits are now going to have to refile for SNAP benefits in the near future. And when I say the near future, I mean the very, very near future, very fast, maybe before 2026. Now, mind you, this is the end of November of 2025 almost, which means we got 1 month left. This is nothing but another way for the President of the United States to still accomplish his goals, guys. This is nothing but another way for them to stop SNAP benefits, food stamps, housing, Section 8, the daycare expenses. This is just another slick way of them doing it. They said, well, we can't find a way to just stop the SNAP benefits completely. So let's find a way to filter it all out legally in a slick fashion, guys. The government is so crooked, man. When have you guys ever heard them pulling a stunt like this, where all recipients has to reapply for it? Now, they do have what they call every 3 month or every 6 month recertification. Basically what happens.
See, what the melanated people aren't understanding is it's a whole bunch of other countries who are robbing America. They have fake people over here. The money goes to like Russia. They found out a lot of people in Russia was scamming the system. A lot of people in South American countries. These people are scamming like a motherfucker. Like they're just getting paid. Checks are getting sent out to people. So it gets sent to these people are supposed to have this allegedly have people over here in America. And then they get the checks and they send it back to Russia and stuff. But these are Russian oligarchs and mafia, Russian mafia who's doing this type of stuff. So they have to clear out all of that shit. All of this shit has to be remade. This is the time where stuff is about to be remade. The whole government, everything's about to be flipped up. I hope y'all ready for this shit. Y'all got to be prepared. Everything's about to get flipped on its head. Democrats is getting switched out. The Republicans, they about to get switched out. They having a civil war. It's about everything is about to get flipped up because everything is being revealed. It's the apocalypse, the uncovering, the unveiling. So everybody's finding out how all of this was built on bullshit. So it has to get torn down to be rebuilt. And that's what's going on right now. People and melanated people, because they've been sitting on their ass so goddamn long and not taking advantage of this system. Now they're like, oh shit, the system I've been relying on the whole goddamn time is about to fall. Yes, you should have been got up off of your ass and tried to fucking do something. Yes, the system is about to change and flip, and you about to be left behind if you don't change with it.
Is you have to go get recertified every 3 to 6 months to see if your financial status has changed, if you're making more money, if you're making less money. But in most cases, it's all about taking the benefits from you and giving you less and less and less every time you go get recertified, guys. This is the case. This is the situation that the government is pulling in a slick fucking way just to steal, cut people completely off.
I feel like these people sit around and try to think about how they can make poor people mad or how they can make poor people's lives worse, because nothing that these people have ever come up with or put in place make any kind of sense. Now, according to the article that I read, they found 186,000 people who were receiving food stamps that were deceased. Now, this can only happen if the people were elderly or if they died from some sort of tragic accident and the family doesn't come in and report that they're dead. So instead of fixing the broken system, you make people reapply. And how is that fixing fraud? And then they want to talk about
how do you fix the system? That is how you fix the system. You purge the system. The system is giving money. The system works. It's just that the people who are applying for the system are full of shit. So you purge the system of all the people, then you have them come back in the proper way. It's just like if it was a bunch of people in a building with no order, you send everybody out of the building and have them come back in single file. So you can see what's going on. If it's a bunch of all y'all get the fuck out. Single file, then you come back in the building. So we can take order of who's coming in. We can take receipts of who's coming in.
Saving taxpayers' dollars. You want to save taxpayers' dollars? Then figure out how are people able to steal people's food stamps online before they even had a chance to spend it. And then the system now has to come and reimburse people food stamps that somebody else stole. Because this makes no sense. People already have to reapply every 6 months and every year in order to continue getting their benefits. So the only people who kind of get a little leeway is the elderly, because they're older. They may not can come in as much as the other people can. So I can understand and see where that 186,000 fraud stuff come in. Then another thing, if they're going to implement this, then they need to pay them case managers more money, because a lot of them are making just above minimum wage and they're not getting paid enough to deal with all the drama that doing this is going to come with. Pay them people more money, because this right here is bullshit.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that, okay? Again, the EBT community is in shambles, okay? They are claiming that Trump wants people to starve. They're trying to take away people's food and all their benefits. It's not about fraud. It's not about waste. It's about humiliation, right? This is what they're saying. Pause off.
So let me get up to the other. Hold on.
That data from California, place, and then they're getting it receiving benefits. So we started getting it looks like fund that we
a budget cut also.
Damn.
120. You're required.
God damn, sorry.
Secretary of Agriculture, Ms. Brooke Rollins, had to say on Fox News about their upcoming plan to make everybody reapply for food stamps.
Let's talk about the reopening of government. Secretary SNAP benefits flowing again after the 43-day shutdown left millions waiting for their November payments. What can you tell us about the resumption of business? The USDA said all eligible families getting their full benefits today, while the Trump administration announces an overhaul of that program. You're requiring every SNAP participant to reapply as part of a crackdown on fraud. You pointed out data from 29 states showing 186,000 deceased individuals were still receiving benefits, 120 people under arrest for fraud so far. On top of that, New York requirements and a $186 billion budget cut also taking effect. So what, somebody died and their heirs started receiving their SNAP benefits? Secretary, what happened?
It's just incredible. And, within the first hour of me being sworn in February, this was one of my very first things that we did. We sent a letter to every state. We said business as usual is over. The status quo is no more. We know that the SNAP program is rife with fraud, but it's all anecdotal. This was last February, that we have no data. How is it true that the taxpayers through the federal government fund this $100 billion program every single year, but we don't even know whether it's being done correctly, what the accountability looks like? We want that data ourselves. As I mentioned, 29 states complied, mostly the red states. And what we have found since we started getting that data late spring of this year is just stunning. As you mentioned, 186,000 deceased individuals receiving benefits, 500,000 people getting more than 2 times the benefit. So they're getting it in one place and then they're getting it in another place. The same person. We found thousands of individuals that were getting benefits in 3 to 4, 5, 6 different states. I mean, it is one thing after another. And this is just from the red states. Can you imagine when we get through litigation and we get that data from California, New York, Oregon? We know under Biden the program increased 40%. Of course, we believe they were trying to buy the election by pushing more and more money out without any accountability. So this is what we're trying to bring under control. And listen, we always knew it was going to be a really big deal. We knew that it was stunning what was happening. But what the shutdown did, that sort of unintended consequence of the Democrats shutting down the government over the last 43, 45 days, is that one of their favored programs is now in the eye of the average everyday American who says this is not okay. Go fix this. My taxpayer dollars should not be spent for this sort of fraud and abuse, and taking it out of the mouths of families that really need the program. There are vulnerable families in America that need this program that aren't getting it because of the fraud and the abuse that now we're going to work to fix.
Unbelievable. I mean, at a minimum, it's embarrassing that nobody looked at this and it's just like on autopilot, right?
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Now,
Oh, sorry. My bad. Are we back? Am I back? Okay. So as I was saying is that that you see the melanated people are tripping about all the benefits being being snatched up, all the SNAP being snatched up. But as we've seen, EBT can be used for anything. Nails, hair. You can buy hair from the place, but you can't get your hair done with it. But crab legs, not crab legs from the grocery store, at the crab shack. There was I just recently saw, I forgot what the video, I couldn't find the video because I watched so many damn videos just within a day, let alone throughout the week. But I watched this video where this dude, he was showing all the places that accept EBT. This dude was so mad, he walked into the crab shack. He was like, look at this shit. And they had, we accept EBT right here. And it was all for, the gumbo, the jumbo crab, the crab legs, the shrimp, the jumbo. I was like, God damn, you can get EBT and go in there and eat like that. So it has to be revamped. It has to be everything has to be redone because, like we said, as I was saying before, a lot of these countries, mobs and these mafias in these different countries, they've set up the scam over here, and it's been perpetual. It's been going on for decades. Like I said, they found the Russian mob was one of the people doing it. So that's just one of the mob. Then Russia got more than one. So how many people, or how many illegal organizations were utilizing the system? So again, they have to purge it. Everybody get the fuck out, and then single file will let you back in. This is what they have to do when she says they have to fix the system. Well, this is how you fix the system. Everybody get out. If I needed to fix the house, could I fix the house with everybody in the house? No. You can't do repairs on the house with everybody in the house. So that means everybody get the hell out of the house. So now we can assess the house, see where the stress fractures are, where the paint needs to be done, where the squeaky boards are, all of that. You can't do any of that with a bunch of people in the house. So this is how they do it. What do you say? Heck, when got off active duty and I could not even get any civilian benefits, though I had a child. That's jacked up. See? That's jacked up. And that's because a lot of people mess up the system where actual people who need it can't get on. That's the reason. That's what they're saying. So there's a lot of people who are getting money who don't need the shit, who just stealing. And then you got a lot of people who do need it that can't get on the system. They can't get on it. So this is why they have to revamp the whole damn thing. Shit, let me find out. Chipotle and Panda Express. I take you. Hey, they do. Some of them do. You know, these are franchises, right? So franchises can kind of tweak a little bit their own thing, unless there's rules against it in the franchise manual or policy. But every franchise is not exactly the same. So you may get a franchise that does accept EBT. They do at the Louisiana chicken spot out here. So there's Louisiana chicken spot off of was on Crenshaw. If you live in LA, it's off of Crenshaw and something. I forgot is it Crenshaw and King? I think it's Crenshaw, maybe Crenshaw and King. So I know they used to. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to accept EBT because it's Chinese food and Louisiana chicken. Right. They got the Willie's. So you got the Chinese food, all the rest of the thing. Then they got the Louisiana chicken on the side. So you can get chow mein. You can get you some chow mein, some kung pao chicken, and Louisiana, some fried Louisiana chicken wings. and you can pay with the EBT. Straight up. Now, when I used to go, I don't eat that stuff. I don't eat that stuff no more. But back when I used to eat that shit like crazy, Chinese food and Louisiana chicken, are you kidding? Let me tell you something. Get high and go get some Louisiana chicken and some chow mein. You in heaven. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Your ass in heaven. Get high, get some Louisiana fried chicken and chow mein. Goddamn. But back in the day, they had EBT right up on the thing. We accept EBT. Now I think they still might have it. I haven't been in there in years, but they damn sure did. So sorry. Sorry, Snap peoples. Oops. Was that it? So moving along. God damn, man. I think he tripping. All right. So there's a giant in Mexico, because we have a little thing going on, not just with Venezuela. We have a little skirmish going on with Mexico because of the cartels. Trump wants to go over there and take out the cartels, but the president won't let him because she was put in the position by the narco government. Really, that's a narco. You got a narco state over there, basically meaning the state is run by drug dealers. That's what a narco state is. And she was put in power by those people. And she's a Khazarian. Full-blown Ashkenazi Khazarian. So they're calling her a puppet. They're saying, no, she's a puppet. She was put in place over here and we can't get shit done. Every time somebody tries to get anything done, the cartels take somebody out. So apparently this week there was a giant protest in Mexico. Let me see. Oops. So check this out.
Claudia Sheinbaum is collapsing. If you were to listen to Voices in Alternative Media over the weekend, you would have likely heard that Mexico is descending into civil war. This is Mexico City. Oh my gosh, the government of Claudia Sheinbaum is collapsing. This is the end of Claudia Sheinbaum. This is the end of this corrupt government. There's a revolution happening right now. Massive protests that are tearing the government down. It's a revolution. They're telling us an uprising, a color revolution also we heard this weekend. But that doesn't seem to be the case at all when you listen to actual journalists like Derek Brose who live and work in Mexico. Here's Derek covering some of that news this weekend following the protesters and the assassination of Carlos Manzo, who was the mayor of Uruapan. Watch.
Hola a todos, soy Derek Brose con Resistencia Consciente, and I'm here in Morelia, Michoacán, Mexico, where there's a protest going on right now against violence. Last week, there was an assassination of a local mayor in Uruapan, 2 hours away.
Sí, pues ella tiene la fortuna de que todo este año va a estar ahí participando, entonces, mira, aquí.
And of course, that was a moment when the mayor of Uruapan was assassinated. Independent journalist Derek Brose joins us from Morelia.
So the mayor was taken out. And so they're saying that the Generation Z, they were just tired of all the people being taken out and the cartels running everything. So there was this big protest and backlash this week that happened.
Mexico, to talk about what's really going on there. Derek, great to have you here. I wanted to have you on because you're able to cut through all the bullshit and give us the truth about what's actually happening there. President Trump just about 30 minutes ago was asked about it, said very bad stuff what's happening in Mexico City. He'd be open to bombing Mexico as part of stopping the flow of drugs. So we're hearing color revolution. We're hearing that the government is collapsing. What is actually happening?
You heard that guys. Trump said he wants to go in and bomb Mexico. Now you see how it's all starting to come out. It's starting to come out like this was engineered by Trump on the back end so that he could invade Mexico. See, this is Marco Rubio again. Marco Rubio wants to take out all the Latin countries. He wants to put them under control of America. So this is Rubio, really.
For giving me a chance to try to cut through it. Like you said, Clayton, there's a lot of misinformation going on this weekend. And I hate to say it, but if you were to do a search using any mainstream search engine like Google about what happened this weekend, the mainstream is a bit more accurate than a lot of people in the alternative media, particularly those on Twitter who have been claiming civil war, revolution. I've heard everything from this was an uprising against the communist Chinese-backed president to it's all fake. And then, of course, the administration, they have their own theories. But I think the reality is a bit closer to what you said a moment ago, that this was a movement that was really largely sparked by that assassination of Carlos Manzo, which happened on the Day of the Dead, November 1st. And people, especially the younger generation, who are growing up with phones in their hands and can see what life is like in other countries, are increasingly sick of the cartel violence, which unfortunately the state that I live in, Morelia in Michoacán, it is one of some parts of the state are one of the more dangerous areas of the country, Western Michoacán, which is where Uruapan's at. And it's important for people to understand that Carlos Manzo, he ran independently. So he was not a part of the Morena party, which Claudia Sheinbaum's a part of, or any of the opposition parties. He was an independent candidate for mayor, and he won by a landslide last summer in Uruapan, and he was put into office in September. And he was openly saying he was going to do something about cartel violence. He was actually riding along with the local police, going on these ride-alongs and confronting cartel members. He was also kind of taking some controversial stances, saying that the Mexican people should be allowed to arm themselves, and also saying that cartel members, people who are perpetrators of this violence, should be shot and killed on site. Claudia Sheinbaum was speaking against him and saying this is not the way we want to go. And he repeatedly asked for the federal government to send more troops and more help to Uruapan and toward that part of Michoacán. And unfortunately, for the most part, his requests were denied. And as that video you showed a moment ago showed, on the Day of the Dead, November 1st, even though he was surrounded by some armed police officers, he was shot and killed. And that led to massive protests the next day on November 2nd here in Morelia, where people stormed the governor's palace, and they did.
Charlie J. Scott, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you for that cash app, right? So everybody, make sure you follow Charlie J. Scott's lead and cash app. Real Nagas, the number 9. Appreciate you, brother. Put that on some turkey burgers right after the show. Thank you, bro.
There was some violence. Of course, like typically, the majority of the protest was peaceful. There was a few people who broke in and committed violence. And then from that led to another call for protest on November 15th, which we saw this weekend. So all of that preceded everything that happened this weekend. And I think that's a lot of the context that people are missing. And unfortunately, people who are maybe just out for clicks are promoting this as this revolution, this civil war, when the protest lasts for a couple hours and then life went back to normal in Mexico.
Because they don't really have.
So the protest is only a couple hours, but Trump administration will use this. Excuse me. The Trump administration will use this as a catalyst to try to go in. He'd been wanting to go to Mexico since he first got in the first day. The first couple of days he was in there, he asked the Mexican president, yo, want me to come in and help? She was like, nah, nah, I'm good. Now, we can come over there and smash, we can come over there. So they've been doing all kind of reconnaissance, finding out where all the drug dealers are and everything. They've been doing all kind of recon over there. They know everything as far as the drug dealers in Mexico. They can go in there and take them out right now. But the Mexican president is like, nah, because she know if she says yeah, she's dead that night. They'll kill her that night. They'll get one of her. You saw she has no protection. Did you see the dude who walked up on her and just grabbed her titties and shit while she was talking at the podium? Did y'all see that shit? It was a dude that walked up while she was at the podium. That nigga just walked up like, hey, goddamn girl, these so bad too. She was like, after the press conference, after the press conference. Wow, I'm so appalled. How dare you? I'm so appalled. She was like, meet me after the show. Throw that nigga meet her after the show. But grab them titties. So if a nigga can just walk up and grab the president's titties, she dead. If she fucking tells Trump to come in, a nigga just walk up and stab her in the titty. If a nigga just walk up and grab her titties while she on stage at the podium giving a speech, and she the president of Mexico, she is good as gone. If she turns against him, she is good as gone. So he says mammogram mammogram live. Like, girl, you got a little lump over there, don't you, girl? Oh, that's your nipple. Okay, hold on, my bad. Oh, you got a lump over there. Oh, that's your other nipple. Oh, goddamn, girl. Well, damn, girl, what? You got some genes in you, don't you? Like, goddamn, girl, how big them nipples? Terrence David Hale, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. I see you with the 7s. Thank you, brother. And also Brandon Terry, thank you, bro. Appreciate everybody for the cash apps. I see you guys showing your love today. Appreciate you. Also, make sure you go to Real Nagas. Make sure you go to realnagas.com and hook up the Great Book of Melanin Research. This is how you truly help me and also help yourself.
What if the real superpower was already inside you? The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2, the Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
Dexter, appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, man. Everybody also who was cash apping and showing support today. I appreciate you guys. Absolutely. Somebody said that she was in the crowd. It looked like she was on the stage. When I saw her, when he walked behind her, it looked like she was on stage. So if she was in the crowd, first of all, what the hell is the goddamn president doing in the middle of the crowd with no goddamn security? She should have been surrounded by security. There should be no person who able to get in within, literally, I would say 50 feet of the president of any country. There should be no regular person that's able to get in within 50 feet of a president. Really, I would say 100. Really, you want to talk about 100 feet without especially being vetted or whatever like that. But goddamn, if he was in the crowd, that's crazy. He says, "Yep, graped and." She sure was. That nigga was filling her up. And so that's why you're not going to have Trump or her say Trump can come in and wait, what'd you say? Wait, Biden what? Biden grabbed citizen titties. So that's why she ain't saying come on in here. So the backlash or the outrage is real with Generation Z over there, but the actual activity, the activity, them being active about it is not real. They showed a picture of the protest from the high camera, and that was all within like the public square. All those people that you saw that was going crazy and all that was all, it was like maybe like a few hundred people within like the giant square. Because when they pulled back and they showed the aerial shot, the whole square wasn't even full. It was like a part of the square. Other parts of it was empty. So if you saw like one part, so if you take the camera and you focus on that one area, it's like, oh shit, Mexico going crazy. They're just tearing the place up. But then you back out, it was like two niggas and shit. it was two niggas slapping each other. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like, did we get it? Did we get it on camera? Is it good? We good? Yeah. Okay. Great. Great, buddy. So, bueno. So moving along. Shout out to Mexico. I think Mexico does need to change, but them cartels got such a deep-rooted hold on Mexico. They're going to need America to come in and take them out. They're not going to be able to change unless America comes in and takes out the cartels. Otherwise, it's never happening. So moving along, mass crack scenes are being airdropped. Yeah, mass crack scenes being airdropped on America. What? Yep. So 6 states will be receiving crack scenes airdropped on them. Let's see why. And then it says it's only 6. This is the start. There may be more. So let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Oh, here it is. So check this out. This is crazy.
Vaccines into 6 states. So the USDA is planning to airdrop vaccines into 6 states. Excuse me, what? Yeah, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is planning to airdrop rabies vaccines into 6 states over the course of the month, continuing a process that started in August this year in other states. They're going to be doing this in Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia. They're all going to be receiving these vaccines. Okay, so these are rabies vaccines. They are planning on airdropping them across these states, these little like edible satchels of food. And they're going to be airdropping these little edible satchels of food that are going to attract wildlife, because apparently there's a rabies epidemic in the wildlife. And they're going to drop these little satchels that are going to that contain an oral rabies vaccine. And when the animals eat it, they are now vaccinated against rabies, all against, their consent. Of course, we always vaccinate animals against their consent. They can't consent, right? But the big question about this is then, okay, what's next, right? So if they're going to be putting these satchels, and they're spreading them all around, and they say, yes, it's fine for your cats and dogs. If your cats and dogs end up getting one of these satchels, it should be okay for them. It's not going to harm them. They're just going to end up being vaccinated against the rabies. Again, probably you've already vaccinated your animals against rabies. So they're saying, no, it's all fine. It's all good, right? But this is how it begins, right? I mean, this is how it begins, is that they are going to start with the animals, just like they always start with the children who can't consent. They start with the animals, and they say, well, we must, because there's a big rabies epidemic.
Now, she made a good point. The animals can't consent to vaccines. Should animals be allowed to consent? Can animals consent to taking vaccines, or should humans just have that power over animals and be able to just vaccinate animals? Should animals have a say so? Now, we've been experimenting on animals for damn near 100 years at this point. But should animals have a say so and them being vaccinated? Oh, okay. Not the people, just animals. Yeah. Now, what happens? Now, remember when the crack scenes first came out, when the cupcakes first came out, they said they could shed, right? If you're close to the being that's taking it, it could shed onto you. So what happens when this starts to spread? They keep shedding and shedding and shedding from animal to animal to animal, and then those animals are around your crib, or the animal comes around your pet, and then your pet somehow gets it because it shed it to your pet, and now the pet is in the crib with you. You see how easy that can just go to one to one, boom, 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 boom. But no, it's only for the animals.
Epidemic going on. And consent. They start with the animals and they say, well, we must because there's a big rabies epidemic going on. And then people say, okay, yeah, we don't want wild animals biting our dogs, getting into our backyard and biting our animals, our dogs when they fight them, and then our dog ends up with rabies. Although you probably have already vaccinated your dog against rabies, but certainly you don't want a bunch of rabid animals running around. I understand that. But this is the reasoning. I mean, this is what they will use when they decide to airdrop vaccines to the human population. They've already started to do this. But let's go ahead and just kind of finish this story here. I didn't think it could happen to me, but just recently someone stole my information and actually bought a car under my name, pretending to be me. And I only caught it. Again, that's aura.com/Kim Iverson. They're saying that they're going to be dropping these in Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia. They're going to be receiving the vaccines. The USDA's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service distributes rabies vaccines as part of a nationwide effort to stop the spread of rabies amongst various animals to protect public and animal health. Rabies is a viral disease that can be deadly to humans, affecting the nervous system and leading to severe brain disease if they don't receive medical care before symptoms start. It is spread to people and pets through bites and scratches of an infected animal, and first symptoms may include flu, weakness, discomfort, fever, headache, as well as a prickling sensation at the side of the wound before turning into more severe disease after around 2 weeks.
Hold on. Yo, that's hilarious, yo. He said, how does the snake tell you, no, I don't want the vaccine? Answer, he bite the shit out of you. Hey, nigga, you know then, don't you? Yo, that was funny as fuck. Yo, that was hilarious. He said, how do a snake tell you he don't want the vaccine? You'll know in a minute. Hey, that was funny. That was absolutely hilarious. Shout out to that one. Let me put it back.
Animals that typically carry rabies are bats, raccoons, skunks, and foxes. Nearly 3 in 4 Americans live in a community where animals carry rabies, and contact with infected bats is the leading cause of rabies deaths in the U.S. Who the hell is hanging out with bats? I mean, I lived in Austin, Texas, which is like Bat City. The bats are all under the bridge, and then every night the bats fly out from under the bridge. But I'm telling you, we never saw bats close up, and we lived in the city of bats. So who's around these bats to where they're actually being infected with rabies? That's kind of mind-boggling. But anyway, they're saying that they're going to be distributing hundreds of thousands of oral rabies vaccines as bait coated in a fish meal attractant and packaged in 2-inch plastic sachets with the aim of preventing the spread of raccoon rabies to Americans and their pets. The vaccines will be distributed across rural areas by airplane and in suburban and urban areas by helicopter and vehicle across Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, West Virginia. The baits are safe for many animals, including domestic dogs and cats, but while humans and pets cannot get rabies from contact with the bait, it is advised that they should leave them undisturbed. If dogs consume a number of baits, they may experience a temporary upset stomach, but the USDA said there's no long-term risk to the animals. For people, it is advised that if they come into contact with the baits, they immediately wash the contact area with warm water and soap. If Americans find a bait in an area where a raccoon is unlikely to go, such as their own lawn or driveway, I don't know, isn't that where raccoons go? Aren't they like rummaging through your garbage? They may move them to an area with thicker cover, so as long as they wear gloves or use a towel to pick it up and move the bait. Okay. What people are saying, Emily Herring, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services, public health veterinarian, said in a statement, the best way to prevent rabies is to avoid contact with wild animals and ensure pets are vaccinated against rabies. Though this annual oral rabies vaccine distribution and the vigilance of pet owners, through this, we can work to prevent the spread of this deadly disease. Remember that phrase, because that is what they're going to use on us when they decide that they're going to be vaccinating us with mosquitoes, through mosquitoes, using mosquitoes. That is what's been planned by lovely Bill Gates. He's been working on funding research into innovative methods for vaccinating people, essentially, for they of course frame it always much nicer. We're protecting people from mosquito-borne diseases like malaria and dengue fever. When in reality, what they're doing is they're trying to modify the mosquitoes to essentially vaccinate people against malaria and dengue fever using the mosquitoes. And they've been working on this research. How can we use mosquitoes to vaccinate people? And then they say, oh, it's going to save lives. So many lives are going to be saved if we.
So you remember that he released those mosquitoes, those GMO mosquitoes. So now we got vaccines being dropped, got cupcakes being dropped in the middle of the forest or in the middle of these states. Y'all better watch out. If you live in those states, let me read off the states one more time. If you live in these states, be careful. Where'd it go? It says Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia. So if you live in any one of those places, god damn. I mean, it's getting crazy. We got coyote warnings in the middle of Los Angeles now. What the fuck is going on? My homeboy just told me he saw a coyote around his crib. This is the middle of Los Angeles. I was like, get the fuck out of here. Get your ass out of here. He's like, dog, they got coyote warning signs around the city, around his area. And I'm like, this is right in the middle, smack dab in the middle of Los Angeles. There's no forest. There's nothing around it. But coyotes? I'm like, oh, nigga. How the hell we get coyotes in Los Angeles? This is crazy. What do you say? Shit, they already vaccinated beef. Yeah, yes, they did. Yes, they have crack-scene beef and all the other food. Ham, the pork. They just didn't tell you. Remember when Gates said at the population conference that the companies needed to get on board with the agenda? Yep. And then Woody says, yep, you have not seen the warnings. No, we have not. No, we have not. Gerald Jokes, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, bro. He says for your Shawano. For your Shawano. Appreciate you. That's funny. He said, wait, Shawano. That's hilarious. Shawano. So if you live in those states, get the out right now. You understand? Get your ass about. Well, no, you don't need to get out, but just make sure you're detoxing. You're taking all the stuff you need to take. About to go on my cleanse December 1st. It's a rapola. I got 9 days, y'all. I got 9 days of bullshit. Actually, no, it's not even 9, huh? It's like what? Is it 9? Was it down to 7? 7 or 8? I think I'm down to 7. It sucks. Only got a week left. About to go crazy. So moving along. So an unpublished Henry Ford study at the Center of Crack Scene Safety. Excuse me. An unpublished Henry Ford study is at the center of the crack scene safety debate. Says swirling in the center of the national debate about the safety of cupcakes, which exploded when Donald Trump made claims September 22nd that the cupcakes and Tylenol are associated with autism. Now, if you haven't been here a while, cupcakes is my code word for, the crack scene because of, how YouTube be trying to get at me. So I haven't used cupcakes in a long time, but the cupcake, it's still in effect. So Donald Trump made claims on September 22nd that the cupcakes and the Tylenol are associated with autism associated with autism is a never published draft of a medical study that began in the heart of the Detroit at the Henry Ford Health Center. It was called the impact of childhood crackination on short and long-term chronic health outcomes in children. A birth cohort study, and it began in 2017 at the behest of a nonprofit anti-crack scene advocacy organization known as the Informed Consent Action Network, or ICANN, according to testimony presented earlier this month at a U.S. Senate subcommittee. Henry Ford's research was completed in 2020. The Henry Ford Center's research, which was completed in 2020, and found crackinated children suffered from such chronic diseases as asthma and eczema, or eczema. Excuse me. I think eczema is when you get that dry ass skin patches and stuff like that. I think that's what it is. My ex-girl, I think she had that stuff. You get super dry ass skin patches. So asthma, eczema, autoimmune diseases. and neurodevelopmental disorders at a rate more than twice as high as those who had never been vaccinated. U.S. Senator Ron Johnson, a Republican from Wisconsin, said during a September 9 hearing. So they just happened to slide this study under the under the rug that said that cupcake children are, what does it say? What, let me get the number. More than twice as high. They're more as high. Excuse me, more than twice the hold on. Sorry, let me get back. Sorry. The odds are more than twice as high of a child coming out with any one of those chronic diseases or disorders. Let's say disorders, than someone who wasn't cupcaked. And this is from 2017 to 2020. They did the study, and in 2020, they hit it. they said, hell no, nobody can see this shit. Why was that? Because that was right when the Pandeezy happened. So as soon as the Pandeezy happened, we got to hide the study. Wait a minute, what? They were working on the study before the Pandeezy. 3 years before the Pandeezy. They were supposed to release it in 2020 when the Pandeezy happened. They was like, oh shit. We can't do it. And then they tried to come out and say that it was not published because of the work could not be, what was they say? No, it wasn't corroborated. It said there was some misleading information in the study, is what they said. I think that's what they said. Hold on, let me see if I can find the article that said why they did not put it out. So Henry Ford Health didn't publish a vaccine study. Was it buried or just rejected science? In September, a U.S. Senate committee heard a shocking claim that a study from Detroit's Henry Ford Health System had found a significant connection between routine childhood vaccines and chronic health conditions. That study was never published, and witnesses at the committee hearing said that was because Henry Ford hid it. That's a claim the health system fiercely disputes. It says the study was deeply flawed and never advanced to publication because it didn't meet basic standards for scientific research. Now, this is what they said. This is what was in the study. The study found that exposure to vaccination was independently associated with an overall 2.5-fold increase in the likelihood of developing a chronic health condition when compared to children unexposed to cupcakes. This association was primarily driven by asthma, atopic disease, eczema, autoimmune disease, and neurodevelopmental disorders. This suggests that in certain children, exposure to vaccination may increase the likelihood of developing a chronic health condition, particularly for one of these conditions. Allegedly. We don't know. But that's what the study found. But then they said they didn't publish it because the study was not published because it didn't meet basic standards for scientific research. Does anybody believe that bullshit? Yep, that liquid washing powder. Oh, I don't know what that is. I don't know what y'all talking about. A lot of chemicals in washing powder causes irritation in skin. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. All right, now this makes much more sense. All right, demon face syndrome, coyotes, and were-rabbits are a result of The crack scene. Squirrels that only hunt human notes. The new human. Yo, you funny as shit. So demon face syndrome. So I don't know if that's true, but let's go with that. It say what? Henry Fuller. Thank you. Henry Ford is full of shit. They didn't find that it was credible, right? Yeah. What's this said? It didn't meet the basic standards for research, scientific research. Really? A 3-year study? How do you do a 3-year study and it doesn't reach the basic standards for scientific research? Let alone the highest standards for the research, but the basics? You did a 3-year study and you didn't even meet the bottom floor of the standards? How does that happen? Somebody got to tell me how that happened. How the hell do you not meet the basic standards when you did a study for 3 years? That's some bullshit. We all know that's some straight up. It says Reiki practitioners can pick up heavy. Wait a minute. Reiki practitioners can pick up heavy Tylenol use by the interference it does to your energy flow. They can pick up, Reiki people can pick up a whole lot of stuff. That's how they healed my shoulder. Had a Reiki person heal my rotator cuff. It didn't meet the standards because it didn't reach, it didn't meet the standards because it didn't reach their standard conclusions. Thank you. Which is cupcakes are completely safe. Safe and effective. That's what we're going with. Safe and effective. You hear that, YouTube? So just a little something that needed to be brought to you guys' attention that got buried. We just wanted to show that. So yeah, Henry Ford is full of crap. So moving along, the Khazarians. What about those good Khazarians? We haven't talked about the Khazarians yet, but you can't leave the Khazarians out because they're always doing fuck shit. They're always doing fuck shit. So we got more fuck shit from Khazarians. What are they doing now? Khazarians are colonizing other countries on the low. We didn't know this. So the Khazarians, they're going to other countries, mostly Asian countries. My country, Thailand, they trying to take over Thailand. Hell no, bitches. Whenever I go to Thailand, I don't want to see none of you. I don't want to see fucking what is it? Thailandisburg. I don't want to see I don't want to see Thailandestein. I don't want to see that shit. Thailandisburg or Thailandestein. I don't want to see it. But they're trying to take over. But shout out to Thailand. They said, hell no, bitch. So check this out. Khazarians are trying to take over. They're trying to take it over. So check this out.
That's pretty funny. But, you know, there are people who you don't hear about who are colonizing. Officials on Koh Phangan, that's an island in Thailand, launch inquiry after locals complain the island is becoming a second Tel Aviv. Why don't we ever hear about Israelis going and taking over the places that they go into, which you can much more plausibly argue, actually. Thai authorities have launched a sweeping probe into Israeli-linked businesses on Koh Phangan amid growing fury over foreign dominance of the island's tourism trade. Ordered from Bangkok, the crackdown targets nominee companies and suspected illegal ownership of property across Thailand's southern islands. Locals accuse Israeli operators of sidelining Thai workers, reshaping communities, and exploiting visa loopholes to run businesses disguised as tourism.
So in Thailand, you can't have a business in Thailand unless 59 or 51% of it is owned by a Thailand person, a person born in Thailand. So literally a Thailand. What is the name for Thailand people? Thailandese. You gotta be a Thailandese type of person. in order for you to have a business over there. So you can't fully own your business. So if you start a business over there, it's very important who you start your business with, because they can just take your business. So Khazarians are going over there and they paying people to, they're paying people to start businesses, but they're still in control of the business. So the person who's supposed to have the 51% of the business, they don't. It's only a name only. They're literally taking over the business. The Khazarians. Skirting the laws over there. And check this out. So this is what's happening.
Many around southern islands. Locals accuse Israeli operators of sidelining Thai workers, reshaping communities, and exploiting visa loopholes to run businesses disguised as tourism. Many arrivals fleeing conflict at home are now accused of turning paradise into profit zones. With anger spilling into protests, officials face mounting pressure to reclaim control, enforce the law, and protect the island's identity. Okay, so this is the kind of charm offensive that Israelis, if you've dealt with Israelis, this is the kind of charm that they're really known for. This young lady was asked to take off her shoes in a restaurant and responds by claiming that her money built the country.
Thank you. You are not welcome here. I'm sorry, but your money, but my money, okay? Your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
You see what she said?
Wow. It's
my money built your country. See, this is the fuck shit. Man, these Khazarians are going crazy, man. They think they really run and own the world, that they're really the chosen people. This is what they teach them in that bullshit. In the Torah and Talmud, that they the chosen people and all that, even though they the ones who killed Jesus and shit. These niggas killed Jesus, but we're Jesus' best friends. Judeo-Christian, right? Like, yeah, we killed him, but hey, he's our best friend. Like, what the fuck? So, no, this is the bullshit that they're dealing with. And when somebody asked me, hold on, what'd you say? Did I hold on. He says, Kev, have you seen any videos on YouTube of imams talking about taking over America, replacing the U.S. Constitution with Sharia law? Actually, that's the beginning of this video, is they're talking about that it's not real. So the beginning of this video is them talking about Muslims taking over the Muslim Sharia law, or people complaining about Muslim Sharia law taking over in America. And then they're trying to say that it's not true, which it is. If you go to Minnesota and all that, if you got signs in Arabic, they taking over your goddamn place. They taking over your country, your city at the very least. Why the hell are Arabic signs, meaning traffic signs, Arabic traffic signs in America? What the fuck? You in America. That's the problem. See, you're supposed to come over here and you're supposed to assimilate to America. You ain't supposed to bring your country with you. Like you packed all your shit up, also your country, in your goddamn knapsack, and bring that shit over and set your whole country up over here in this other country, while you are still loyal to that country, talking about, yo, I'm in America now. No, you can't be loyal to two goddamn countries. Either you are loyal to America, the place where you came to give you opportunity and prosperity, or you loyal to the other country that you just said shitted on you and forced you to leave. Which is it? you gotta choose. Now, yeah, you could keep we understand culturally, yeah, you can keep your culture and all that type of stuff. People don't want to give up their cultures from there. And you shouldn't necessarily, because America really doesn't have a culture. America's culture is freedom. So you should pick that up. America's culture is freedom. Literally, a lot of people struggle to understand what the culture of America is, because they call it the melting pot. It's not a melting pot. It's a pressure cooker. When you force a bunch of things together in one place that can't mold, that can't come together, eventually you have a pressure cooker. Those things like oil and water and all that, eventually those things will separate forcefully. So when you have that type of, you have that so many cultures in America, which is not really meant to have, but since if you have all of that, the culture of America, what it was built on, is freedom. That is literally the culture of America. But if you come over here, it's also some things that go along with that. You got to speak English. You got to read English. You got to do all these damn things that will make it easier for you to live in this country and make it easier for other people to live with you in this country. But when you come over here trying to turn this country into your country, and all you want to do is rape the country for its resources and send it back like Ilhan Omar, marrying her brother, but she should be kicked out of fucking Congress for that. When she came over here and got citizenship, she was married to her brother, allegedly. So she's liable to be kicked out of Congress. They're doing an investigation on her right now. But she doesn't give a shit about America. All she tries to do is funnel America's resources back to her country. If you ever hear her talk about fixing up America, you ain't never heard that. What you'll hear her talking about is fixing up the Somali population in Minnesota, or sending a bunch of the resources back over to her country. But again, this is what you get over here. So yes, I have seen that about the Sharia law. Them trying to they're talking about they want to implement Sharia law over here, which it'll never take hold. That'll never take hold. Constitution. They can never ever do that. Thank goodness, because you do have a constitution over here, unlike most countries.
It's the kind of thing that like you just instantly get angry just even watching it. Let's see that one more time.
You are not welcome there. I'm sorry, but your money, but my money, okay, build your country. Oh, wow. Okay.
So that video is so egregious, it's gone viral in Thailand twice. It went viral initially a few months ago, and now it's going viral again as momentum against these Israeli tourists seems to be building, to the point that the government is now investigating and taking action. So this is Dr. Lucienne Wolf. Thailand's patience is running out with Israeli tourists so much that officials held a meeting with Tel Aviv to address the chaos their citizens are causing. Reports include insulting locals, shouting "My money built your country," public drunkenness and loud behavior, theft from how loud and drunk do you have to be for Thailand
to
take notice? Yeah. Theft from local shops.
Somebody said go to Thailand or Cambodia, it's more free. No, it's not. Those are these places. I think Thailand still has a monarchy. So you're not as free. America is the freest place in the world. You just don't know it or know how to use it. If you know how to use the freedom tools, you can get over in America. If this is why we have the Know Your Rights Foundation, because most of you don't know how to use the goddamn, again, it's like having a super suit without the instructions. Greatest American hero. The suit is the American Constitution, but you forgot how to use it. So you flying around, flying into walls and shit, running into buildings. Go look up the Greatest American Hero. That's what he used to do, because he didn't know how to use the suit. He lost the instructions. That's Americans, most Americans, especially melanated Americans. You would never acquired the instructions, let alone lost them. But if you understand how to use the system, how to use the Constitution, you're freer than anybody else in the world. So now, having said that, in Thailand, they love black people. I showed a video to my class the other day where this sister, she was over in Thailand. It was a crowd trying to take pictures with her. I can't find the video because it was like a few weeks ago, but it was a crowd trying to take pictures with this sister in Thailand. She was beautifully melanated, beautiful, super dark melanated sister with braids in her hair, gorgeous melanated sister. And you had all these Thailand people, these what they call the Thai people. I guess you said the singular, just Thai. So the Thai people were just crowding around her, forming a line, trying to take pictures with her, selfies with her, to where she was like, yo, I'm about to start charging y'all. She was just trying to eat lunch. And they came up to her while she was sitting down eating lunch with her friend. And they were like, yo, can we take pictures? So they love black people out in Thailand. I've heard this many times from all the people who live out there. They say they love black people. So if you're talking about black people being free or melanated people being able to be freer than you are in America, out in Thailand, you might be right. You might be right. But back to Khazaria. Khazaria think they own the goddamn world. And if I go to Thailand and Khazarians over there, I'm gonna be pissed.
Demanding priority to take notice. Theft from how loud and drunk do you have to be for Thailand to take notice? Yeah. Theft from local shops and donation boxes. Demanding priority everywhere, skipping lines, pushing into buses, etc. Arguing with hotel staff for free rooms and meals, performing on the streets illegally to collect money from other tourists, drinking at cafes and refusing to pay, extreme haggling, which is considered rude in Thai culture, Ignore
extreme haggling. Not just haggling, extreme haggling.
Extreme haggling.
Extreme haggling.
Extreme haggling. It's their version of extreme sports.
So, any means visuals. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. So just got back from Thailand. Dopest country and most respectful people I've come across so far. What? He said F the little. Woo! That's hilarious. But man, I know, man, all the research I've been doing on Thailand is that it's great for melanated people. Like, it's a utopia for melanated people. You understand? You can get a whole goddamn gourmet meals for $3. You can live in a goddamn super palace for $600 a month. Crazy. Let me see if I can find. I just want to show y'all something real quick. Let me see if I can. After I show you this, I'll show you Thailand real quick. After I show you this.
Extreme haggling.
Extreme X-haggling.
I'm doing 5 years for extreme haggling. I tried to talk it down to 2. They said that's another year. Now it's 6. I said, how about 3? They said, no, it's 7. See, you keep haggling more and more extreme.
How much for chronic? I've never paid for chronic. Ignoring local custom, damaging public property, causing noise and disturbance late at night. Again, this is in Thailand.
Look at all the stuff they're doing. Insulting locals, shouting "My money built your country," public drunkenness and loud behavior, theft from local shops. Excuse me, and donation boxes. They're stealing out of the donation boxes in Thailand. The Khazarians. God damn. Demanding priority everywhere, skipping lines, pushing into buses, etc. Arguing with the hotel staff for free rooms and meals. So apparently there was a Khazarian who beat up one of the lady boys out there. One of the Khazarians beat up one of the lady boys, and the lady boys is like, "Nigga, do you know we are the birth of Muay Thai, bitch? This the birthplace of Muay Thai, motherfucker. This the national sport over there is Muay Thai. So you done fucked up. All those lady boy motherfuckers jumped on him and beat the living snot out of his Khazarian bitch ass. They beat the Khazarian bitch out of him. He tried to, you don't go over to Thailand fucking with nobody. Their national sport is Muay Thai. Ass whooping. Let me tell you, you can go anywhere around in Thailand and find a Muay Thai school. You can just walk anywhere and just find a Muay Thai. Just walk up on, I teach Muay Thai. Yeah, anywhere in Thailand. You can do that. And they got lady boys in there doing that shit too. So he got his ass mangled. And probably not like the lady boy would have wanted to do it. And so lucky for him. But you see all this shit that they're doing? This shit is crazy. Now I want to show y'all something real quick. Because Thailand got together and they said they basically want to kick the Khazarians out. So that's what the rest of the story goes. The Taiwanese government said, look, we about to kick all y'all bitch asses out. Y'all not welcome. So homegirl had to come back and do an apology and said, I don't want to bring any heat on my Israeli people. Well, how come you just don't want to do bad and insult the Thai people when you're over in their country? How come that can't be it? You don't want to do bad because you don't want to bring negative emotions or negative a bad eye to your people. You want to bring animosity from Thai to your people. Well, why not just because you don't want to treat Thai people bad? How come you just don't want to do good to do good? How come that can't be it? So I want to show y'all this though. Hold on. Oops. What did I say? Oh, damn it. How you spell Isaiah? Oh, damn it. All right. Let me see if I can find. Hold on, because damn. Y'all got to see. All right, this is it right here. Check this out.
So we
want y'all to see this.
You guys, so I'm back in the beautiful city of Chiang Mai, Thailand, and today I have a special one for you guys because I'm getting ready to meet a family of 9. Yes, you heard me correctly, a family of 9. that relocated from the States here to Chiang Mai, Thailand. We're gonna get to meet them and hear their story, how they ended up here, why they ended up here, and much more. So I'm gonna head there now, guys, and I look forward to it. By the way, I wanna give a huge shout out to all of you who watched the
So check this dude's channel out. He's an expatriate. He tries to get people to move over to Thailand. He shows you all the dope shit about Thailand. So this is Isaiah Ashley.
So I've just arrived at home with this family, guys, and I'm super excited for you guys to meet this family. This video will be divided into part 1 and part 2, so make sure that you watch both because you're not going to want to miss anything in this interview. I think this is really going to blow your mind and surprise you.
I want y'all to understand and watch this crib that they got in Thailand for $600 a month.
This is the first time ever you guys see a family this big on this channel, and I'm also showing you guys their 5-bedroom, 5-bath Thai-style home. So make sure you guys tune in for the full video, and if you enjoy it, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Without further ado, guys, let's get into it.
All right, come follow me. Not a little humble.
Look, marble staircase right off the bat. Look at that marble staircase.
All right, come follow me. Not a little humble home.
Wow. This is my first time. I think this is my first time inside of like a Thai house.
Oh, yeah. This is a pretty big house. But like I said, we still haven't even really unpacked. This is actually the guest room here that you're about to see here.
First off, look at all that space. Did you see all the space at the top? Look at all that space up top. This is just the outside area out of all the bedrooms. This is just the open living space outside of the bedrooms. Look how big that is.
Unpacked. This is actually the guest room here that you're about to see here. With our oldest daughter in her own spot.
Look how big that room is. These are big. These are all the bedrooms are at least this big or bigger. Look at this.
So regular guest room here. We haven't done too much with it.
Very spacious though.
Yeah, it's very big. It actually has a porch and everything.
Wow, has its own balcony out here.
Yep. Yeah, we don't really be. If we do decide to have any guests or family to come over, they have their own room. Now, what I might do with it, I might just go ahead and decorate it, put the TV in here, and just finish it up. Once we settle in, like I said, we about to head out to Malaysia. Once we actually settle down and be in one spot, that's when I start doing,
make it your own.
Right. That's one room. This is a second room. This one actually has a bathroom in it. It's a bathroom right here. Still, we haven't even unpacked. You can clearly see I haven't unpacked it barely. Still
Look at that room.
The bathroom's here. It's pretty big.
Look how big the bathroom is in that room.
Nice. I haven't done, like I said, we haven't done too much. So I can't wait till we actually get some time and buckle down and stay still.
Yeah.
That's 1, 2. Let's go.
Look how big that place is.
This is the third room. The boys, 2 of the boys are in here. See, right there, right? This was already in here. The 2 beds was already in here.
Okay.
This is another bathroom, so this is the second bathroom. It's pretty big too. Pretty big enough.
They'll let you decorate the way you want. He just hasn't decorated yet.
Did you see all those PlayStations up there? They all gamers.
Family gamers.
All of them. I'll be on there with them. Oh, here's another bathroom. I think this is the 1, 2. This is the third bathroom. This is my daughter's bathroom. That's her bathroom. 3. This is what, the 4th room?
Wow.
Look at this.
And they're all they're all spacious. Like they all got good space.
That's why she chose to get it. When she seen how much room, how spacious.
And even up here is like a whole you could.
I'm still trying to figure
put couches or something out here, and this could be another little.
Sitting there. My wife, she good at that stuff, man. Like she did all the decoration and it came.
Look at that big ass place right there. Look how big that is. Y'all don't understand how high that is. You can play basketball in there.
I want you to see how grand the stairs is. Like, look, this is a grand staircase, man.
Yeah, it is nice. Now, I will say this, after we come back from Malaysia, for those who don't know, I'm talking to the mic, for those who don't know, we're going to have a housewarming in about a month and a half. Trust me, y'all ain't going to even recognize this house by that time. Because by that time, we're going to have everything completely decked out, like for real. But yeah, we want to get the Malaysia out the way, and then we're going to come home, and because we're not going to do too much. We probably ain't going to
look at all that space, yo.
So we're going to be here for a couple of months.
Yo, look at all that space downstairs. Look at this.
But yeah, we want to get the Malaysia out the way.
Look at this, is crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna
That's a foyer, y'all. This is like a foyer in a goddamn hotel.
Come home and because we're not gonna do too much. We probably ain't gonna travel until probably the following year. So we're gonna be here for.
Look at all of that in the back. First of all, they got a classroom back there. He made a classroom. This is like there's a classroom back there.
A couple of months before we do anything.
This is a huge space. Like, this is so open.
This is like the living room.
Goodness gracious. This is huge.
This is the living room. All of this.
Wow.
She don't, like I say, my wife should do all the decorations and the Airbnbs in our home. I'm gonna just give her the money and say, go do whatever, and she know what to do with all this.
Wow.
Oh,
let's go into the office. It's my setup over here.
Oh, my bad.
Office space here.
Look at that big ass office space. That's another room right there. Look at that.
Build the PCs yourself?
Yeah.
Wow.
We got a video of that. Yeah, we got a video of that. This one.
She built PCs.
Wow.
Let's put them together.
Y'all are an impressive family.
It's the office. Keep it moving. It's a lot of space here. A lot of space. Oh yeah. Let me show you. It's a semi porch here. So let's sit in area right here as well. Come out here. Sit around.
So I'm gonna fast forward to the school and look at all. He got all that in the back. He got a garden outside. He got everything. Then boom. His wife, she got a hair salon in there. They got so much space. She got a hair salon.
She takes me up. Get everybody down.
Look at that.
This is
They got a hair salon.
Hold on, bathroom right there.
Wow.
Yeah.
I see when the house you guys use, you mainly use fans versus the air cons?
Man, yes. Yes. Now I'm gonna be honest. If it get
Now here's the school. Watch the school. Oh, that's the outside. That's the patio.
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna have a lot of time after we come back from Malaysia. I'm gonna have a lot of time to get a crew.
So then watch and look. This is the school.
Spacious houses.
This is where they have, and we're gonna invite everybody.
But man, I just can't get over how spacious this house is.
This is where they actually. My wife still do a little bit of school and stuff right here. Actually.
Look at that.
Wow. So even in between traveling and all that, she still was able to get some desks and put it here, so we can knock out some of the school because it's still important to us. You know, that they get their education. So until we can actually, of course, you want to.
So if you want to watch the rest of the tour or whatever, you can go watch. This is a family of 9 leaves Georgia. It's on his channel. Now, tell me, they love you over there. They love melanated people over there. I mean, love to where they want to take pictures. They stop you on the street to take pictures with you. You understand? They stop. Hey, can I take a picture with you? And not out of, oh my God, what is this? No, you are beautiful. They think black people are beautiful over there. So then you get a space like this for $600 a month. Now you tell me why melanated people don't need to do this. At least for a little bit, go stack some chips in Thailand, then come back over here and ball out. To me, this is your future, melanated people. You can go mash out in Thailand for just chill out for a couple of years in Thailand for like 2 or 3 years. Think how much money you can stack. Living like a king and queen. Eating great. Going to beautiful Zen temples, Buddhist temples and shit. I mean, man. And then come back over here balling. Get your money, come back over here and ball out. I'm just saying. He says the U.S. gonna have them extradited or for lick hitting. You say, what? What do you mean for lick hit? What do you mean? I know the Philippines is like that, but you can own, a home there. Yep. I wonder how their health care is. Buddy bought sand. Buddy bought sand to the beach. You talking about homeboy with the family? You stupid, yo. So that's Thailand, and that's what the Khazarians are trying to ruin. As you've seen, the Khazarians are trying to ruin Thailand. And this beautiful, and if you went, so he has a daughter, he paying for his place and his daughter's place, they're paying less than $800 a month for him and his daughter's space. And his daughter has like a 3-bedroom crib with 2 bathrooms, a beautiful outside. She got a backyard, beautiful big backyard, a front yard, everything. She chilling. She only like 25. She 25 and chilling. So look here, man. You got to understand when to make a move. Just saying. Okay, my homeboy live in Dominican Republic. Got a 4-bedroom on the beach for about 15% of what a house costs here. Damn. Also bought a Jeep cash for 5 G's. Yeah, but electricity be going out like a motherfucker in Dominican Republic. You seen them Dominican Republic videos over there? About 20,000 niggas on one hooked up to one wire pole or whatever. Nigga, the electricity be going out like a mug over in Dominican Republic. But yeah, they cheap over in the DR too. For sure. So moving along. Damn Khazarian. So moving along in Skittle news. And appreciate you, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Skittle news. Cincinnati. Cincinnati. A Cincinnati court, appeals court, rules in favor of students being able to use only 2 gender pronouns. Now, this is appeals court. That doesn't mean it stops here, but that's where it stops for Cincinnati. So right now, shout out to Cincinnati. Anybody remember WKRP in Cincinnati? WKRP in Cincinnati. Y'all don't remember that. Y'all ain't gangster like that. You don't remember WKRP. But shout out to Cincinnati, because Cincinnati is doing the do. Hold on, let me share the screen. Hold up. Damn it, where is it? All right, here we go.
Over Olentangy, a federal appeals court in Cincinnati heard arguments in a lawsuit over Olentangy Local Schools' pronoun policy. Parents Defending Education argues that the district policies violate free speech rights of classmates who believe there are only 2 genders. Lawmakers for Olentangy Local Schools say there are other opinions for students who don't wish to use someone's preferred pronouns. A lower court already sided with the district, and 3-judge panel agreed in July. And Wednesday's hearing is a rare instance where the full Court of Appeals will reconsider the decision.
Several months later,
federal court in Cincinnati made a ruling impacting the Olentangy Local Schools District.
All right, some of y'all remember it. What y'all know about Tim Reed? Lonnie Anderson? All right. Excuse me. Some of y'all know what's happening?
The court's ruling says the district cannot enforce policies urging students to use gender pronouns that their peers prefer to be called. The court says enforcing those policies would violate the free speech rights of classmates who believe there are only 2 genders. Parents Defending Education filed a lawsuit in 2023. The district argued its policies were aimed at preventing bullying and discrimination.
I have probably tried to get this message out a million different times, but it had to incubate and I had to have more experiences, had to have a little bit more time to sit with it. But the 6th Circuit Court in Cincinnati, Ohio, just ruled that cisgender students are basically allowed to misgender trans students. And I want to talk about it because it's another way that supremacy-fueled oppression keeps authentic humans from living. And yeah, there are families who...
Authentic humans. So you're not authentic if you're not a transformer. Only unless you unless you're Autobots, transform and roll out. Unless you're able to do that. Unless you're able to Optimus Prime in this bitch, you're not authentic? Wait a minute. Why can't I be authentically just male, man, or authentically female for those who are that? Why I gotta be authentic if I'm not in my right body, but choose to be someone else while being in this body, and that makes me authentic? Get the fuck out of here. So the court agreed with me.
Who are celebrating the fact that they get to continue to abuse queer people. It's just how supremacy operates. It's just how the cisgender dominant gender binary safety box that you like to live in. Because oh my gosh, we can't possibly acknowledge anything.
Omega Supreme transfer. Omega Supreme transform. Hey man, it's a bunch of nerds up in here. I love it. It's a bunch of nerds up in here. Got some blurs, some black nerds, some melanated nerds.
Else except our own lived experience, because if we dare look, oh my gosh, we're gonna die. 6th District Court, I'm gonna call you what you are. Abusers. You're abusers. You are upholding abuse on transgender children. And guess what? Supremacy has duped you.
Boy. So we got to talk about a bombshell ruling that is flying under the radar, courtesy of a federal appeals court in Ohio that ruled that an Ohio school district's policy requiring students to use transgender classmates' preferred pronouns violates their First Amendment rights. So basically, this case involves a school district out in Ohio.
What'd you say? HF? HF did mention that about who was HF? Wait, who's HF? Damn it. HF did mention that about the electricity. He got some type of generator. He loves it. Who was HF? What are you talking about? Who was HF? Make sure you put who HF is in here. He said, hated it. He said, hated it. Henry Fonda. Okay, Henry Fonda. Okay. So let's get back.
And its policies on pronouns, gender-related student speech. Now, there are a lot of universities and schools.
Oh, wait.
That under their
no, you're asking if that was Henry Fonda. My bad. No. He was damn that jawline is strong. Yeah, it is. But who you talking about? Who was you talking about? Roger Roche. When you said HF, put it in the chat.
Anti-bullying policies, they require that students use the preferred pronouns of a trans student, right? So if a student is trans and they want to go by some, again, preferred pronoun that does not match their sex, then the schools are compelling students to comply with that, right? Regardless of their religious beliefs, their First Amendment rights, they're saying, no, you have to use a student's preferred pronouns. Now, this court has basically struck down this policy as unconstitutional. It is a violation of First Amendment rights. And this is a huge deal on a national level because, again, you have a lot of universities, a lot of schools that have this policy. And since, again, this has implications at a national level, that means that it is possible that all of these other schools.
Real quick, somebody just said that. Hold on. Where is that comment? Seal the deal. So you got to be able to compartmentalize, bro, and not be emotional about where you get information. Socially, he's stupid as shit. On social issues, as far as melanated people and stuff like that, all that, he dumb as shit. As far as politics and economics, this motherfucker is probably one of the dopest people on here. See, two things can be true at once. I can see that he's dope as far as politics and finance. He has a great insight on both of those things. You would do well to watch him for those things, honestly, and just remove your emotion from him being a bitch ass. He's the one where I got Coon Cajun. I literally made the name Coon Cajun from watching his video. Now I can call him a Coon Cajun, but still watch him for the information because he gets good information. He's very knowledgeable on politics. That's what he studied. That's what he went to school for, politics and finance. So if he's on that and he gives good information on that, then you should get the best information possible, not allow your emotions to come, to come in between where you get your information and, what information you're getting. Just saying.
Across the country that have this anti-bullying policy, this preferred pronoun policy, they're likely violating the First Amendment, which means that they're going to have to get rid of those rules, okay? And this is a big victory for free speech, and I want to talk about it because, again, this case is flying under the radar. It's not completely over yet. It's probably going to go to the Supreme Court. But regardless, I just want people to understand what's happening here because this issue is an issue that we've been fighting for a long time now, in which you have the woke agenda being pushed in schools, and a part of the woke agenda is compelling students, regardless of their religious beliefs, to use the preferred pronouns of a trans student. And this doesn't just apply to students. You also have this applying to teachers as well, too. There's been cases where teachers have been punished for not going along with the woke agenda, right, because of their religion.
I'm going to get back.
We've seen these cases happening all across the country.
Ohio teacher told principal using students' preferred pronouns violated her religion. She was forced to resign, lawsuit says. A former Ohio middle school teacher said she was forced to resign after she told her boss that she would not address students by their preferred pronouns because it violates her religious beliefs. About a week before she resigned, 2 of Gov't students requested that she use names associated with their new gender identities rather than their legal names. The suit states that one of the students also wanted to be addressed by their preferred pronouns. The lawsuit notes that the school had adopted a policy that required teachers to use preferred pronouns of students. I was reading this story. The one thing that became evident to me is that a lot of folks either A, failed high school civics, or B, you have forgotten everything they taught you in high school physics, because separation of church and state or the freedom of religion does not mean that we have to be dictated by Christian doctrines that says that we have to always already conform to whatever Christians believe. Separation of church and state in this instance means that your religious beliefs does not outweigh what the policy is when you're supposed to be conducting your job. Y'all imagine a Muslim American making this argument in the schoolhouse? Could y'all imagine? Let's keep on going. Because the request went against her religious beliefs, Gov't met the principal Casey Carter in the hope of reaching a solution that would allow her to continue teaching without violating her religious beliefs and constitutional rights. Man, y'all be weaponizing constitutional rights, showing me that you have legal illiteracy. You have the lack of understanding and reading when it comes to legal situations. According to the lawsuit, Gov't told Carter that she would not use the student's preferred pronouns, and the suit states that she was later called into a separate meeting with Carter and Monica Myers, the district employee. People in the back. I was raised in a Southern Baptist missionary culture, and I recognize all the ways in which we are taught to believe. I also recognize that though we're taught about the freedom of religion and separation of church and state, for some reason we believe that laws and policies should always center Christian doctrine.
All right, y'all, quick break from the show because this is important. Look, we talk a lot here about standing up for yourself, not letting big corporations, the government, or conservative values in action. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Amendment protections after a court decided one school district's pronoun policy violated students' constitutional rights. The federal appeals court ruled a school district in Ohio could not punish students who do not call a transgender student by their preferred pronoun. It is a legal decision that's going to have precedents across the country, and it's all thanks to a lawsuit filed by...
This is going to the Supreme Court. The reason this is good because this is going to go to the Supreme Court, and they're going to have to rule on it. Unless they bitch out and kick it back down and say, yo, they try to find some type of error in the ruling and say, well, kick it back down and say, well, deal with this, deal with that, deal with this. Let me say that this is one of their mechanisms of bitching out of topics they don't want to handle. They just don't deal with it, right? And so, but this one, I think they're going to have to deal with because they tried to kick a few other ones to the curb before. But they're going to have to deal with this pronoun, this gender pronoun thing and freedom of speech. So just hope that they rule the correct way.
Defending education. The senior director for communications there, Erica Sanzi, joining us now with more on this massive win for the organization. Good morning to you. Good to see you. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Jan. Thanks for having me.
Of course, you know, this case, as we know, has been going on for 2 years. Your organization states that it is the most expansive defense of student First Amendment protections since the 1960s. So walk us back a bit. Tell us about the lawsuit and how this all began.
So in 2023, our organization sued the Olentangy local school district in Ohio over their harassment policies and codes of conduct that clearly violated students' First Amendment rights by compelling students to use preferred pronouns to affirm the gender identity of their classmates and peers, even if doing so was contrary to their, deeply held beliefs. And if students had failed to comply with using those preferred pronouns, they faced punishment that ranged from, no contact orders to suspension and even expulsion. So this was clearly a problem on First Amendment grounds. But what's interesting is that this was a long process for us because we lost in the lower court. And so we appealed to the Sixth Circuit. And then when you appeal, your case gets heard by 3 judges in that circuit. So we lost again. So then we did something that I would never have known about this until I was part of an organization that did this. We petitioned for something that's called an en banc hearing, which basically means that the whole bench of all the judges in the Sixth Circuit would hear your case.
So en banc means all of the judges. So the judges, the seat of the judge is called bank, the bank. This is why you have to understand and get into debt discharge and understanding all of that. All of the debt system and the court system are linked. And unless you get involved with both of them, you understand those two systems. Unless you understand those two systems, you won't understand. So the bench is also called the bank. That's why it's called, when they have something called en banc, and she says en banc, that means bank. Bank is bank. And so it's also it's a double entendre, meaning the bank is the banks of the river. Right. So you have banks of the river that steer the flow of the current. Right. So that's what it means. Because they steered the flow of the current sea. Now, this is all from Jordan Maxwell. He breaks that off in one of his videos about how they're also the bank that also is in control of the trust. So if you go into court and you try to tell a judge that you want them to be the trustee, that they're the trustee, a judge immediately will tell you, no, I'm not the trustee, when they actually are supposed to be the trustee. But a judge will argue with you, and you won't even just do that and not even know what the hell you mean. But watch the judge go crazy when you try to tell the judge that they're the trustee. And they'll be like, oh, no, they'll try to pull that shit back quick. I ain't the trustee. No, because that means that they're in control of what's going on in the system, and then they're liable also as the trustee if they don't do what you need them to do. So they'll be like, I ain't the trustee. Fuck that shit. Nigga, crime bone. They gonna do that and cram bone your ass. Be like, I ain't got hey brother, I ain't got nothing. So in bank, the bank that controls the money, the currency, and also the flow of the current, the energy.
So our attorneys felt that we were on such solid ground that if we could get all 17 judges to hear the case, we would win. And we were granted that petition to have the whole bench hear the case. And so we ultimately were victorious with 10 of the judges siding with us and 7 against.
Yeah, so basically what it sounded like to me is that initially when they kept losing the appeals, it's because they kept getting stuck with woke judges, right? Woke judges was like, no. It's totally fine to punish a student who doesn't want to use the preferred pronouns of a trans student, despite their religious or deeply held beliefs, right? So that's kind of how it goes with these courts. A lot of this comes down to what judge you get, right? And in this case, I think they just got unlucky. They kept getting these woke judges. But then when they decided, you know what, let's actually get a full panel, okay? Lo and behold, right, they ended up winning. So, I just think it's funny how that works. A lot of this stuff really is dependent on what judge you get. And that's why you see so much of this stuff, especially, initially.
So we get back to the story. Hold on.
Them if they don't. Again, it's not that you can't use preferred pronouns or out of whether it's for the First Amendment in schools, but yeah.
We held beliefs amendment.
So this was a slow and steady wins the race sort of process. But yeah, in the end, it came out on our side. And this is a very big win for the First Amendment in schools, because again, it's not that you can't use preferred pronouns or out of whether it's courtesy or just kindness or you don't care about it or it does align with your beliefs, but you cannot force students to use them if they don't want to.
Yeah, I was reading the decision here, and put differently, I think as your organization mentioned, pronouns have the power to validate or invalidate someone's perceived sex or gender identity, and schools cannot effectively compel their preferred viewpoint. I want to read what Defending Education President and founder Nicole Neely said. She said, "We are deeply gratified by the Sixth Circuit's intensive analysis, not only of our case, but the state of student First Amendment rights in modern era. The court's decision and its many concurrences articulate the importance of free speech, the limits and perils of public schools claiming to act in loco parentis, and the critical role of persuasion rather than coercion in America's public square." And loco parentis, by the way, is in place of parents, is what that means, yes, which is really the crux of so many of these cases where common sense is now prevailing, and parents are telling these quote educators to start teaching and stop trying to replace what they are doing.
In place of parents. See the terminology they got in there? In place of parents. They are trying to replace you at these schools, which is why you got to pull your kids out. If you are not homeschooling right now, what are you doing? The future of schooling is homeschooling. Public school is nothing but indoctrination centers. That's it. They're not going to teach your kid nothing worthwhile that they can really come from, unless your kid is just super dope and blocks all of that out like I was. I just went there. I didn't take none of that program and took hold. I was like, fuck that. I wouldn't let the program and take hold. So unless you got a child like that, you're probably gonna have to take your kid out of school. What you said, Mr. Overy, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app, bro. Thank you for the cash app, Mr. Overy. Massager. Get back.
At home, what kind of reaction have you received from this? What's the school district saying as a result?
I haven't actually seen any reaction or comments from them yet. Also, just for the audience, the Sixth Circuit is Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, and Tennessee. So those are the states where school districts would have to get in line sort of immediately. But now we have this really...
Kentucky, Michigan, Ohio, and Tennessee. So all those places, they can use regular pronouns at the moment.
Strong precedent so that it can be used in cases across the country, because this is not an unusual policy, right, in school districts. But yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of celebratory commentary among lawyers, and on both sides of the aisle, I think, because they felt that this was such a First Amendment violation. But certainly there's been outcry online about, some people think that, I think they've accused our organization of supporting bullying. But really, when you think about it, the bullying is telling students what they can and cannot say. So this is a huge win for us. And another example, I really think that sometimes it is that sort of slow and steady does win the race. And in this case, it took a long time, but it turned out really well for us.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I'm glad that they were persistent and they didn't just give up, because a lot of these judges in the lower courts, more specifically, they're woke, and they're not ruling based off the Constitution. They're ruling based off their woke ideology. So like I said, this has national implications. Basically, at this point, it essentially means that all of these universities, all
right, so everybody got to take hold, all those states. So shout out to the Appeals Court of Ohio, the en banc, because the Appeals Court actually turned them down. But they had one en banc. Then all the judges had to come up there. All 17 judges in the district had to come up there, and they were like, "Oh, nigga, this is some bullshit. What y'all doing?" All the woke ass Obama judges was kept ruling, overruling the policy. They kept ruling it down until they got all the judges. See, this is what I'm saying. This is why you can't have judges, or judges are supposed to be emotionally unbiased. Right now, you have a bunch of woke ass activist judges in there, and this is not the way it's supposed to be. They're going to fucking rule in the way that their emotions say so, not the way the law says so. And so this is just a disaster waiting to happen. So moving along. Again, shout out to Ohio players from the Himalaya. So moving along, the chick who looks like a dude from the Wicked show was just put on the front of GQ Men's Magazine. Men of the Year. Is she the man of the year? What the fuck? What in the hell? This is just some bullshit, man. So let me see if I can find it. This is insane. It's fucking crazy. For all my nerds on here, y'all should subscribe to this dude's channel. His name is Derek Anderson, the DA, Derek Anderson. Man, this nigga blew up in the last couple months. But he funny as hell. He from LA. He a brother from LA. Funny as hell. but don't hold no punches on nothing. So I like this dude. Again, his name is Derek Anderson, the DA. Subscribe to his channel.
The DA, all right, everybody. Look, I always say we need a little bit more masculinity in some of these movies these days. And Hollywood's like, you want some masculinity? We'll give you some masculinity. Cynthia Erivo. Cynthia Erivo, who identifies as queer, appears on the cover of GQ's Men of the Year issue. Holy shit, man. You wonder why. Hollywood wonders why. Why is everybody checking out from our movies? How come nobody's coming to the movies no more? How come nobody rocks with Hollywood and everybody's playing video games or going to anime or watching TikTok videos? How come they not rocking with us like they used to? I don't know. It's a Scooby-Doo mystery. I don't know. Maybe it's because you have Cynthia Erivo in your Men of the Year issue. This is absolutely retarded. And look, Cynthia got an opportunity to show off a little bit of her masculinity. She was out here protecting Ariana Grande. So apparently Ariana Grande was charged by a fan on the Wicked for Good red carpet in Singapore. And who took care of business? The security guard? No. It was Cynthia Erivo who fended off the intruder. This is absolutely wild shit, man. Yeah, look, Cynthia, she got some muscles out here. Right? A very muscular, skinny, black, I don't know what you call this chick.
God damn.
A different breed of human, I don't know. But yeah, apparently somebody went out, tried to get a little touchy-feely with Ariana.
Hey, she looked like a black Smeagol. Who said that? Somebody put it in there. Wait a minute. Somebody said, I was about to say Gollum, but I forgot Smeagol's name is also Gollum. You had me for us. You missed me for a second. It was like Smeagol. And I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, somebody put that. Where did that damn comment go? Man, there it is. Look more like Smeagol. Yes. Straight up. Archangel. Absolutely. Look just like fucking Gollum. A dark-skinned Gollum. Holy shit.
Man, she's a different breed of human. I don't know. But yeah, apparently somebody went out, tried to get a little touchy-feely with Ariana Grande, and it was Cynthia to the rescue. This person posted it up. Leave her alone. I wonder what this person is all about. Let's read. Yep, looks about right. Okay. This is what this person said. This is assault. touching and grabbing people without their consent is assault. Ariana Grande was assaulted, and the person who did it thinks he's cool for doing it. I'm so fucking livid. The entitlement of fans is grotesque. I'm glad Cynthia Erivo was there. Yeah, Cynthia took care of business. I'm glad security was there, and I hope Ariana has time to rest and recover. She looked so fucking scared. It breaks my heart. So she posted up the video. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. All right, so here they come down the yellow brick road, or the yellow carpet, or it's not the red carpet, it's the yellow carpet. Look, you got everybody there too. You got Jeff Goldblum. There's Cynthia Erivo right there. There's Ariana Grande. They probably see, look, they say that she has like sensitivity issues and she's very like hypersensitive. They probably should have put her in the middle, so that people wouldn't be able to just grab her or whatever. All right. But yeah, everybody else is just kind of paying attention, having fun or whatever. And Ariana seems like she's already distracted by the audience. She's blowing kisses. Oh, damn. Yep. Sit.
Look at this. What the fuck? Who are you to be grabbing on people? First of all, look how skinny this motherfucker is. You can get tossed in the second row with somebody's pinky, but you don't go grabbing somebody around the neck. She really thinks she a dude. Or it. Since it don't know what it is, it thinks it's a dude. Sometimes.
Oh, damn. Yep, Cynthia was to the rescue. Cynthia busted in like the bodyguard. Like, what you doing? What you yeah, man, damn. All right, Jeff did come in. Where's Jeff Goldblum, bro? He just took off, didn't he?
You said
Jeff Goldblum was gone. Jeff, like,
where'd it go? You said his question.
Right? And the security was like the last ones to come through. Cynthia Erivo had more of a response than the security. That's actually kind of, hey, look, hats off to her. She jumped in first before anybody else did on that entire video. That's crazy.
Are you okay? Ariana, are you okay?
They got another angle right here. That's the dude right there, I guess.
Oh, please.
Yeah, look, you see how fast Cynthia Erivo jumps in? It's like, look how fast she jumped in. Nobody.
I think them two licking, because they can't be fucking. So Baldylocks and and fucking need a sandwich, need a Big Mac. That's what I call Ariana Grande. So Baldylocks and need a Big Mac. I think they licking. I think they they doing the lickety split. Is all I'm saying. They doing the lickety split. And she thinks she is her girlfriend. I think that's what we have going on right here. Not trying to misgender. They say they both, so I'm trying to call them both. YouTube. They thinks she is their boyfriend. Just saying, or girlfriend. Just saying, just all I'm saying. So, yeah. We got the fuckery going on, guys. We got the fuckery going on. Shit, man. It's going crazy out here. That's why I say shout out to Ohio appeals court, because goddamn, this is going crazy. Last thing I want to do, what in Skittles news? Why is it okay? This is a question I have. Why is it okay to be transsexual but not transracial? Again, why is it okay for you to be transsexual but not transracial? Because there's a big movement for the transsexuals, and then there's a big anti-movement for you being transracial. Why is that? If you identify with someone's culture, because that's really what you're saying you identify with. When you say you identify with another race, you identify with someone else's culture. That's much more viable and acceptable than you vibing with someone else's sex. Now, even though if you understand spirituality and the vastness of the universe, that because you may feel that way because you were probably a male or a female in your past life, so you carry vestigial energy from those experiences, which makes you attracted to that energy now. But that's not what it is. You cannot be a man, cannot be a woman. You can science can make you into looking like one, but you can't really function like one. and vice versa. However, you can identify with someone else's culture and truly be about that. You ever been around a Caucasian dude who just grew up around all melanated people? Try to tell him he ain't black. Try to tell that Caucasian person he ain't black. He grew up around nothing but black folk. Tell you right now, there's no way. I had a homeboy from New York. We called him White Mike. That's my homie. His name was White Mike. From New York. Dressed preppy, had glasses, dressed in button-down shirts, crew cut. When you looked at him, you saw a white dude. But when he opened his mouth, yo, what up, Kev? What up, dog? What up, son? You want to fuck him up, Kev? What up, dog? You want to fuck him up, Kev? Like because they knew I was on knowledge, right? So when on consciousness, so people would always try to, if I had a beef or something like that, or even before it started, people would try to jump in because they knew I was on some spiritual stuff, even though I was a martial artist. So he would be like, anytime some shit jump off, yo, dog, you want to handle that, dog? And let me tell you, he was one of the greatest freestyle rappers I have ever heard in my life. He could freestyle for an hour straight. But dope shit. Like, I mean, killing it. Like the dude, Harry Mack. He's something like that, but he do more gangster shit. He was way more gangster than Harry Mack. Harry Mack is more on the, he tries to keep it cool and light, but Mike would get in and do some gangster shit. So that's what I'm saying. Now, you could not tell Mike that, he didn't dress black or he didn't try to look black or nothing like that. He was him. But if you told him that he wasn't black on the inside, that motherfucker beat your ass. This motherfucker, nigga, I'm black, nigga. Fuck you talking about? I ain't grew up around nothing but black folks, black girlfriends, everything. So did not hang around any white people since he was a baby. So this is what I'm saying. So why? Now, let me tell you why I got into this, because the boy Nick Fuentes is transracial. This is why I'm talking about this. Because the reason you can be transsexual but not transracial is because transsexual doesn't mess with the status politic, the political status that's established in America. Not really. They'll try to usurp women's rights, but that's a small thing. Whereas if you're trying to be transracial, then you're taking over political rights. Like, if I claim to be white, if I say I'm white, where does that put you as far as the demographic? But them trying to redline and all the rest of that stuff. Because even though they'll say that politics is not created racially, it is. So when you start to change your demographic and you say you white, and then they try to make this damn voting map and all that and say, well, we got, because let me tell you how they identify you. If you're Republican, they mostly identify you as white. If you're Democrat, they mostly identify you as being black. This is why you need to just skirt all of those goddamn titles and claim what the hell you want to claim. Because there's no law that says you can't be transracial in America. Why? Because Hispanics, they're white. They're able to claim white. How come you can't claim white? Or how come a white person can't claim black? Just like, what's her name? Rachel Dolezal. They shitted on her for claiming that she was black. But she had said that she had felt more in contact and connection with black culture than she did her own white culture. Even though she grew up white, but when she started dating brothers, she started getting the soul pole. The soul. When she started getting the soul pole, she was like, God damn. She started hanging around black folks, start eating black food and all that. She was like, this is me. Now, she could have been melanated in a past life. And then boom, when she got exposed to it again, she was like, holy shit, this is my real shit. But again, you can't be that because it upsets the political status. You can't have that. Whites are white. Even though if you put a piece of white paper or a white sheet next to a white person, they're not white, which shows you it's a political construct, political social construct, which Nick Fuentes is engaging in because he keeps calling himself white, white, white. He's not Nordic white, motherfucker. When they talk about white people, really, they talk about the Nordic blonde, blue-eyed motherfuckers. Those are the real white people. You not white, Nick Fuentes. You're 25% Mexican or Spanish, which is the Moors. And then you're 75% Italian, which is also descended from the Moors. You tell by your black hair. You tell by all he loves hip hop, especially Kanye. He tries to speak in our language, using our slang. They're all trying to do that now, especially a lot of these white podcasters, these Caucasian podcasters. They're trying to use our slang, and they get cool points for the way they talk, but they stole it. They stole that shit. Y'all wasn't saying "what up, dog" and "what's crack-a-lackin'," the shiznit and all the rest. Y'all wasn't saying none of that till hip hop. So Nick Fuentes is transracial. He's trans, and he's also LGBT or LGB. Sorry, maybe LG or just the G. But he definitely in there. He's definitely in that crew, which is why he's so goddamn flamboyant. Again, when people are like that, they try to they want to throw you off their trail. They'll try to act like they're the biggest gangster and most masculine. Anybody knows the motherfucker talking the loudest in the room is not the most gangster. Any real motherfucker will tell you that. If you in a room full of people and there's a motherfucker in there talking loud, nigga, fuck this, blah, 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 nigga, blah, 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 blah. He ain't the hardest nigga. He wants you to think he the hardest nigga. The hardest nigga in the room is the quietest nigga. Watching, not saying a word, not moving. You look out for that motherfucker because he's thinking about 50 ways to disembowel you. He's thinking about, all right, I can cut this nigga in half like this, or I can just cut this nigga's arm off, or I can motherfucking toss this nigga in the goddamn garbage compactor, or I can motherfucking cut him in 3 pieces and send him up. That's the real killer right there. The nigga is quiet. That nigga's crazy. The nigga who run in his mouth, you ain't got to listen to that nigga at all. And that's Nick Fuentes. He wants to be the loudest because he wants you to think that's the way he is. He doesn't want you to see what's behind him. And also, he's repressed because he's a super Christian and they won't let him live his life. But he can't walk up on stage and slap shit out of somebody like somebody else we know who was repressed. So he got to be like this. But you can see how much he want to be black in his lingo. Anyway, he talks. He's really jealous and envious of black people. He really thinks that we're probably wasting it. That's what a lot of Caucasian people who really sit back and covet blackness, they think we're wasting it. And you might find a hard argument. It might not be too much. You might not be able to argue with that. We got all the goddamn tools and resources in the world, and we're still on the lowest of the totem pole. We created everything in this bitch, but we have nothing. So that would be kind of evidence that we are wasting the God-given energy that we have. Now, everybody has God energy, but melanated people, you're the first to have that God energy, and you're wasting it. So when other people want to come and be you and start using your shit better than you, you can't say nothing. You didn't use it. You didn't use it right. You can't say nothing when somebody come and grab that bicycle out your goddamn garage that you've been had sitting in the goddamn garage for 25 years. They say, nigga, can I dust this off? Add some WD-40 to this chain and hook this shit up, take it out. No, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use it in a minute. Sometime in the future. I promise you. I'm going to get to it. But you can't have it. They like, nigga, fuck that. I'm stealing this shit. So if we're not gonna use our shit, they're gonna steal it and use it. Sorry to say. But transracial. Again, you need to start moving differently, people. Vote if you're in the system. You need to vote independent. Be in the middle. Don't be polarized. And then claim white. There's no law that says you can't. On the census, it says self-determination. It literally says that on the census. You can call yourself white. It's not against the law. On the census, it says not determination, but self-identification. It says your demographic, your status is based on self-identification. So when you fill out the status or the census, it says you put on there whatever you want. So how the government sees you is how you told the government to see you. And so when you're out here and you understand that these things are statuses, why the fuck would you choose the whack status? Because you think black is a color and it represents you, but it's not. Anything that has a color or whatever the color appears to be in an object means that object is rejecting that color. It doesn't have the color in it. So that for you to attach yourself to an identity of being black is stupid because you're not even black. You only appear to be dark because you reflect UV rays, ultraviolet rays. Your sun is reflecting your skin is reflecting those, or the harmful part of it, and absorbing what's good for you. So ultraviolet goes through purple, violet being stages of purple. So depending on how much UV rays you are rejecting, that's what your skin color is. So let go of the damn titles, grab what's useful, and mash out and be God and goddesses in this bitch. But you want to stay so damn attached to titles and all the rest of this and identities and shit. Melanated people be talking about you be the most on the identity politics I ever seen in my life. I'm black. I'm a black woman. I'm a black man. I'm a black you're a black gay man. You're a black gay woman. You're a black. Goddamn, shut the fuck up with all that shit. Just do something. Do something, then tell me what the hell your ass is after you did something. If you tell me who the hell you are before you did something, I don't give a shit. I'll tell you that right now. I don't give a that damn. Moving along, in the science and the weird, the CIA mind control project programmed the Trump shooter, a congressman claims. A sinister CIA program with decades-long history of mind control experiments is now being linked to the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. Congressman Tim Burchett, he's the same one who said the aliens is real. So Tim Burchett he's one of the realest Congress people, which was along next to MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, before she retired. She quit. But Congressman Tim Burchett claimed that U.S. intelligence agencies, particularly the CIA, may have orchestrated or enabled the attack on the now president in Butler, Pennsylvania, on July 13th last year. The Tennessee representative suggested that Thomas Crooks, 20, was psychologically manipulated online using techniques reminiscent of MK Ultra. The notorious Cold War era CIA mind control program, while MK Ultra officially ended in the 1970s, sure it did. Officially ended? Yeah, right. They'd have turned that shit into 50 different projects. Burchett alleged that intelligence officials never truly stopped experimenting with methods to erode free will, though he offered no direct evidence. Yes, it is. Fort Bragg. What the fuck are you talking about? Fort Bragg is where they do mind control. Literally, it's on their website. Fort Bragg mind control program is on their website. The fuck we talking about right now? Even though he offered no evidence. Well, the evidence is right on the goddamn website of Fort Bragg. So, hold on a second. All right. So did I miss anybody on the Cash App? No, I got it. Thank you. Appreciate everybody for your donations. Make sure you hook it up. Appreciate you guys. Boom, right here. Cash App, Real Nagas, the number 9. Also, make sure you support. Get out there and get you some gear. I got some fly ass gear in that damn Real Naga shop. What the hell's wrong with y'all? The FAFO shirts. I got the bomb. Y'all see what I got? Bam. Get out there and get you one of these hoodies for the winter time. Make sure you hook up one of these beautiful shirts. They make great gifts also. Bam. Make sure you get out there and hook it up for the people. Again, this is this is the best way to support. Go to realnagas.com. Make sure you order the Great Book of Melanin Research right there. Bam. You get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. But then also while you're in there, boom, make sure you get you one of the Rapstrology t-shirts. This is Rapstrology Volume 1, Volume 2, and I'm still deciding on all of the rappers on on Part 3. I'm looking for my Aries. I'm looking for my Aries. It's between Biz Markie. Y'all let me know. Should it be Biz? Or let me see, where's my other one? Should it be Biz Markie or Biz Markie or Grandmaster Caz? Do y'all know who Grandmaster Caz is? If y'all real true hip hop fans, y'all would know who Grandmaster Caz is. He invented the Biggie style of rap, the boastful style of rap. Yo, I'm the shit. I'm the boop, boop, boop. Shout out to Grandmaster Caz. But those are the two areas I'm dealing with. I'm trying to decide between. If you don't know what it is, you don't know who Grandmaster Caz is, don't you weigh in. But I am working on Volume 3. But Volumes 1 and 2 are in the shop. Make sure you get out there and so appreciate you guys for supporting. Rapstrology.com is the way you get to those t-shirts, but also got the FAFO t-shirts. I got a bunch of those in there, killing the game. So appreciate your support. So moving along. Oops. Let me get it back. So moving along in the science, still in the science and the weird. So actually, we're not moving along. Still on the Tim Burchett, the MK Ultra. Hold on. Damn it. Where'd it go? I'd be losing my. All right, here we go. So it says the Tennessee representative suggested that Thomas Crooks 20 was psychologically manipulated online. Oh, I read that part. But while MK Ultra, damn it. Okay, here it is. This is where I left off. While MK Ultra officially ended in the early 1970s, Burchett alleged that intelligence officers never truly stopped. Oh, sorry. I just read that one too. Goddamn. All right, here we go. According to the congressman, Crooks was allegedly programmed to act as a disposable patsy, sending a warning that Trump and his supporters were targets of the so-called deep state. They programmed this kid. This is Tim Burchett quote. They programmed this kid. You got a kid who's got access to guns or has some basic knowledge of firearms. He was programmed, Burchett told conservative influencer Benny Johnson. Burchett added, the facts have been buried and burned. Whoever knew is either on a beach sipping a fruity drink or they're dead. But basically, he's saying that it was MK Ultra, which we kind of knew. I don't think it was MK Ultra. I think it was MK Ultra, but they engineered it. They engineered him to shoot I don't think he actually hit Trump. This is all coming out now. It's looking more and more like the Khazarians were behind the shooting, both shootings, really. But the Khazarians were behind the Trump shooting because there's no evidence that his ear got shot. Like if you got shot with that type of bullet, part of your ear is gone. Like Mike Tyson got bit. I mean, not Mike Tyson, but Evander Holyfield got bit on the ear. And you can see that shit on his ear. So if a bullet took part of your ear off, do you think they'd be able to reconstruct? First of all, he didn't go through any reconstructive surgery because he would have been out, and you would have seen a big ass thing. First, he would have had to been out of commission for a while because they had to shoot you up and then sew you up and all the rest of that shit. So he'd have been out of commission for a while, but we would have saw that because that takes months to heal if they did some shit like that. So we'd have saw it. He had that bandage off his ear in like a week. So I don't think that the assassination attempt was real. Now somebody did get killed, so I think they probably engineered the shooting. But now, do we actually know that dude got shot? Not necessarily. I don't necessarily know for a fact, but apparently it's true. But it's looking more and more like it was staged, and that's one of the things they have over Trump. Also, was that they staged that. Now, the main thing they said what they're blackmailing Trump with is nuclear blackmail. So the reason that he bombed Iran was because they told Trump, if you don't let us, if you don't bomb Iran, we're gonna nuke them. Basically, that's called the Samson option. So go Google the Samson option. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold up. Hold up. The Samson option. Let me see. Now, this is just Wikipedia, so I'm gonna show you the Wikipedia one so you can go get a better understanding, but this Wikipedia one is good enough. So check this out. The Samson option. Oh man, this is all right, so the Samson option is Israel's deterrence strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. Commenters also have employed the term to refer to situations where non-nuclear, non-Israeli actors have threatened conventional weapons retaliation. The name is a reference to the biblical Israelite judge Samson, who pushed apart the pillars of the Philistine temple, bringing down the roof and killing himself and thousands of Philistines who had captured him. So we're just gonna tear everything down. Fuck it, we're gonna blow up everything. And so they also said this also happened in the past where to one of the presidents that they flew one of the presidents out to the middle of like some type of Israeli desert and showed him a bunch of nukes and said, look, motherfucker, if you don't do this for us, we're going to have to bomb. We're going to have to bomb. I forgot who it was. I think I forgot who it was, but what's homeboys at the Gray Zone, they tell the story. What's Max Blumenthal, he talks about the story if you want to know about it on the Gray Zone. But you can see Samson option. They want to blow up the whole fucking world. These niggas is crazy. What'd you say? Hold on. Indoctrination is easy. Just look at our school system. Yep. That ear would never look the same. Never. If you got your ear shot. Holyfield just had his bit and it don't look the same. You got yours shot off? A piece of it shot off? What? Okay. Yeah, that's some bullshit right there. Nobody's. You said Bismarcky over Grandmaster Kaz. Do you know who Grandmaster Kaz is before you start picking Biz? Do you know? I don't think you know who Grandmaster Kaz is. He invented battle rap. Grandmaster Kaz invented battle rap. So I don't think y'all know who y'all talking about when y'all don't really understand who Grandmaster Kaz is. Go back and look who Grandmaster, then do some research on Grandmaster Kaz, then let me know. But again, one of the pioneers of hip hop. So as you can see, I think that was they say it was MK Ultra. I think it might have been a combination of MK Ultra and False Flag. Moving along, physicists prove the universe isn't a simulation after all. It's mathematically proven. The discovery This discovery challenges the simulation hypothesis and reveals that universe's foundations exist beyond any algorithmic system. So there's a bunch of Caucasian people out here keep saying that we're in a simulation because of how engineered shit looks. Like life and the universe looks. Like, damn, how did those two things come together? That can't be. Or the fact that everybody's at each other's throats, or just a whole bunch of things that look like this couldn't possibly happen unless somebody was controlling this shit, right? So this is the simulation theory, that we're in a giant computer simulation. This is basically the Matrix. Basically, they say we're in the Matrix, and after the Matrix came out, this is where they came out with this giant simulation theory bullshit, that everybody's in the Matrix, we're all asleep in our pods, and we're having our experiences within the Matrix. So Ready Player One. First off, Ready Player One is the shit. That's my damn movie right there. I love Ready Player One. I watch that all the time just because. Shout out to Steven Spielberg. In his old age, came with a good one, baby. That's what I'm talking about, Steve. Say you ain't never too old to make a great one. That's what I'm talking about. Ready Player One is off the chain. Steven Spielberg, that's his last great movie, though. He says he's coming out with a couple more, but I don't know. I think that may be his last great movie. He says some people think it was a warning. We can get we can get you so ball gargle punk. Wait, oh, you talking about Trump, you mean? Okay. Let's see. That's why I split both. That's why I split both on Aries. Okay. Do y'all know who Grandmaster? I don't think y'all know who Grandmaster Kaz is, do you? We got a bunch of people in here who don't know hip hop history. Damn. Y'all don't know who Grandmaster Kaz is? Oh shit. I might have to put Bismarcky on there, because if I put Grandmaster Kaz on there, ain't nobody gonna know who the fuck he is. Y'all gonna be like, who the hell is that? But there's a bunch of youngsters, yeah. There's some youngsters, but everybody should know. I mean, even the older cats, I don't think in here who know who Grandmaster Kaz is. But so moving along, like I said, the oops. Hold on. So you don't live in a simulation, is what they're saying. So the discovery challenges the simulation hypothesis. Oh, I just read that. New research from UBC Okanagan. I don't know what that means. Okanagan. UBC Okanagan mathematically demonstrates that the universe cannot be simulated. Using Goebel's incompleteness theorem, scientists found that that reality requires non-algorithmic understanding, something no computation can replicate. What does that mean? Again, I'll say it again. Just using Goebel's incompleteness theorem, scientists found that reality requires non-algorithmic understanding, something no computation can replicate. What does non-algorithmic understanding mean? What does that mean? What does that mean, people? Of course, I heard of him. Okay, you heard of Grandmaster Gas, have you? Did you? Have you really? That's some bullshit. He says Grandmaster Theodore created the scratch. Okay. You know a little history. So again, what does that mean? Non-algorithmic understanding. Says that again, found that the incompleteness theorem found that reality requires non-algorithmic understanding. So what does that mean? Spirituality. Okay, spirituality. All right, good one. Absolutely. We said beyond a system may be incomprehensible. Okay. Unnatural. All right, that's pretty good. Understanding outside a set pattern of thinking. Very, very good. Now, what is a great representation of that? Neo. The whole matrix represents this thing completely. There was a simulation, but the simulation was not perfect. They could not make the simulation perfect. Why? Because there was an anomaly that kept popping up, which was free will. They called it purpose, but it's actually free will. You can try to engineer people to do things, but ultimately people have free will and they will do what the fuck they want to do. Not what you program them to do. That's what that is. The understanding, the non-algorithmic understanding is free will. I don't feel like doing that. Or in the Matrix part of it was, I'm the shit. I'm the one. I'm the one that's gonna break this shit. Because most other people, again, and we're talking about the people who were supposedly freed outside of the Matrix. These are the free people outside of the Matrix, right? Who lived in Zion. None of them had the thought, I'm the one. None of them had that shit except Neo. Neo came and was like, I might be the one. You know what? I think I'm the one. And then the Oracle had to tell him, you can't think you're the one. You got to know it. Bones to bones, through and through, bones to bones. That's why she had Timet Nosk above the door entrance. Know thyself in Latin. You got to know it. Then when you know who you are, be it. You don't think you're this person. You just are this person. You're not trying to be somebody. You just are this person. So Neo was the anomaly. I'm the shit. I'm better than you. Algorithm, if you want to call it. There was a I'm better than you algorithm in the Matrix, and that was Neo. You got to be the I'm better than you, or I'm Godder than you. Again, back to the homie. Shout out to the homie Setu. I'm Godder than you, Setu. Just so when you see this, just so you know, gotcha, bitch. I'm better than you. But you got to have that mentality, or you're going to get stomped. That's just how it is. So, again, shout out to understanding that the God consciousness runs reality, controls reality, not some type of predetermined algorithm. Your God consciousness determines that. And that's every moment. You can turn on a dime and completely change everything about your existence. Right now. You could be on a path for something else, and then you say, you know what? Fuck all this. I'm going to Thailand. Your whole goddamn shit would change. Or I'm going to Bucharest. Or I'm going to wherever the hell you want to go. You can just literally just flip your shit. Just start doing something completely different. Your whole life would change if you just start doing different shit. Because why? You are the ruler and controller of your reality, the creator of your reality. Whatever you do and want to do, you manifest that shit. So nothing can control you unless you want it to control you, unless you let it control you. So an algorithm can never control consciousness unless you allow it to. So moving along, just saying, moving along, electrons, this is a study that came out recently, says electrons are so identical that if you swap one electron with another anywhere in the universe, nothing changes. They are fundamentally indistinguishable. Wow. That's crazy. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean for reality? What would that mean? Like, in essence, can anybody simplify that? What does that mean? What does that, what I just told you should hit you in the spirit? What does that mean? What I just said? Again, electrons are so identical that if you swap one electron with another one anywhere in the universe, nothing changes. They are fundamentally indistinguishable. What does that mean? Bam, there you go. Bam, just got it. Who was that? Who put it in there? Bam, neon black. We're all one. We are all connected. We are all one being. The electrons within you and the electrons in me are indistinguishable. They are the same, the exact same. Literally, we are one. So it says, this led scientist John Wheeler to propose the mind-bending idea that all electrons might actually be the same single electron, traveling back and forth through time to appear everywhere at once. Woo! Y'all ain't ready for that? The slit theory, the particle in the wave, when you focus on it, it's a particle. When you're not focused, it's a wave, a possibility. Oh shit, let's get it. Let's get it. When you focus on that particle, it's an electron. When you ain't focused, it's just a wave, and anybody has access to that wave. Ooh, y'all ain't ready for that shit. When we see it, it's the particle. It's an electron. When we don't see it, it's the wave of possibilities that we all can pull from. The pool of electricity, of energy that we all can pull from. Holy shit. Y'all better understand. Generator, operator, destroyer. That's what's up. Almost like a mirage. Exactly. Yes, yes, reality is an illusion. That when we're focused on it, it becomes the reality. When we're not focused on it, it's not real. It disappears. It becomes infinite possibility. The wave. That's the slit experiment. Or what they call the damn, I forgot the scientists that came up with the shit. Goddamn. What's my motherfucking name? I know Zoe would be so mad right now. Sorry, Zoe. Damn it, I forgot homeboy's name. But Zoe refers to the dude all the goddamn time. I forgot my man's name, but that experiment. And so they just found out that we are all one. So let's see. The one electron universe is the hypothesis that all electrons and positrons are actually manifestations of a single entity moving back and let me read that again. The one electron universe is the hypothesis that all electrons and positrons are actually manifestations of one single entity moving backwards and forwards in time. Because there is no such thing as time. Time is an illusion. So that would make this thing even more plausible, being that time is an illusion. It's only perceptible to the person watching it, because somebody can look at a fat booty and time get lost. Nigga, damn, you wake up, you look at a fat booty, you thought, oh snap, it's been like a couple minutes. You've been watching for a couple. That's what Instagram is built on. Instagram is built on you losing time. TikTok, time, illusion. This gets lost, right? So it says, it was proposed by the theoretical physicist John Wheeler in a telephone call to Richard Feynman in the spring of 1940. A similar zigzag world line description of pair annihilation was independently devised by ECG Stucklenberg at the same time. So let me read that again. It was proposed by theoretical physicist John Wheeler in a telephone call to Richard Feynman in the spring of 1940. A similar zigzag world line description of pair annihilation was independently devised by ECG Stucklenberg at the same time. The idea is based on the world line the idea is based on the world lines traced out across space-time by every electron rather than have myriad such lines. Wheeler suggested that they could all be parts of one single. Here we go. Oh shit. Wheeler suggested they could all be parts of one single line like a huge tangled knot. String theory. This is string theory. Traced out by the one electron. Any given moment in time, it is represented by a slice across space-time and would meet the knotted line in a great many times. Each such meeting, I keep losing my damn page. All right. Each such meeting point represents a real electron at that moment. So basically, what they're saying is this is kind of like string theory. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's the experiment. The Higgs boson. Yeah, Higgs boson. Yes. Thank you. Now you got this is for Zoe. Zoe mentions this experiment constantly. I keep forgetting the damn name of the shit. But yes. That's the name of it. So appreciate you for putting that in there, Mr. Ovary Massager. So what did Frankie Beverly say? We are one. We are one. Shout out to Frankie Beverly. He told you a long time ago. Frankie Beverly. So we all are sharing the same electrons. Molecules, really. If you really want to break it down, that's a little deeper dive, but yes. So moving along, now woke scientists claim parents should ask their babies for consent to change their nappies, their diapers. You need to ask for your baby's consent to change their diapers, guys. That's the new theory. Most parents try to get them over and done with as soon as possible, but woke scientists now claim that diapers change or a diapers change should be used as an opportunity to teach babies consent. Okay. Dr. Nicole Downs and Dr. Catherine Butte, two women, of course. Dr. Nicole and Dr. Catherine lectures in early childhood at Deakin University in Australia maintain that parents should not wait until their kids are teenagers to talk about appropriate touching. I kind of agree with that. Instead, consent should be a normal, everyday part of life that teaches babies what is acceptable when it comes to their bodies. I don't necessarily disagree so far. Parents should take their children's views into account according to the pair, even when it comes to dealing with a dreaded diaper disaster. Okay. You can start teaching little ones. This is a quote. You can start teaching little ones about consent before they even talk, the scientists explained in an article. Diaper changes can easily be seen by parents as a task to rush through and just get done. But this can be a time to help children learn about consent and how their bodies work. Do you agree? Now that we got through the whole article, and it's not necessarily some main woke stuff, it's more about teaching people how to say no to unwanted touching. Now, should you start it with diapers? I don't know about all that. But teaching kids about unwanted touching when they're young, yes. Because that happened to a family member of mine. And I wanted to beat the brakes off the motherfucker. Tell you the truth right now. But I made a promise that I would not. God damn it. Made a promise that I would not beat the brakes off this nigga. But promises are made to be broken. No, I'm just kidding. But so do you agree with that? Again, now that we he says that's a clickbait title then. It is a clickbait title because they try to make it seem like there's some woke. Yeah, you're right. It is a clickbait title, but it actually is saying something pretty valid about teaching babies about unwanted touching. But these women may be going, are they going a little too far with babies? I don't know. I don't know. Said the fundamental groundwork. Yeah, I mean, a lot of what they were saying, I didn't have a disagreement with anything they were saying, except maybe the age at which they start. Like babies, I mean, let me say this. Babies are thinking and watching you at all times. So 0 to 5, you can teach a baby anything. So let me caveat it by saying that. If you teach a baby, anything that you teach a baby from 0 to 5, they're most likely going to retain that shit. Seriously. They're a blank canvas from 0 to 5. Usually from 0 to 7. After 7, that's when they start getting their own personalities and shit. But 0 to 5, you can download them with anything. They're literally a blank MacBook Pro, or if you like whacker computers, Google computers or whatever, Android computers. But not necessarily clickbait, because I don't disagree with most of the stuff they said. Yeah, they're a blank canvas, straight up. You can teach them anything, and that's where it should start. So unwanted touching, I say maybe not, but yeah. On the other hand, maybe. I'm kind of torn between the two because, babies when they're that age, that's when they should learn all of that stuff. So if you download them with that early on, that'll be something that they'll never get over. Like, no, don't you? What you touching me for, bitch? Don't you? Why you touching me? So it might be a good thing. Just saying. As a father of 4 boys, we make sure we tell our sons about appropriate and inappropriate touching. Thank you for doing that. Absolutely. A wet diaper means a mad baby and no sleep for daddy. That's true. That's damn true. That's no sleep for anybody in the house. So moving along. Just saying. Moving along. Scientists have created a bulletproof material 3 times stronger than Kevlar. And it already is breaking records. Are you going to trust it? Since its invention, Kevlar has saved thousands of lives thanks to the synthetic polymer being both incredibly light and incredibly strong. However, Kevlar is far from the last word in ballistic protection. A new study reports a material woven with carbon nanotube. Here we go. This is why I put it in here. Carbon is strong as shit. Letting you know, carbon is strong as hell. Carbon nanotubes that's both 3 times stronger than Kevlar and 1.8 millimeters thick. It's less thick. It's thinner than Kevlar and 3 times stronger. That's crazy. But it's because it's the carbon, the way carbon is positioned, the way you structure carbon. It can be the hardest thing in the world if the carbon molecules are positioned right, like a diamond. Diamond is nothing but carbon, but where the molecules are all formed in the same position, meaning they're all in harmonic position in a diamond. That's why diamond is so hard, which is why they understand this scientifically. You don't understand? They've been studying you scientifically forever, and they understand that you are a carbon-based being more than anything else. Everybody and everything in the universe is carbon-based, or materially in a physical existence. However, melanated people are the most carbon-based being because you have it externally and internally. And so, if you were to vibrate on the same frequency like a diamond, how would that make you as a people? This goes back to the handshake emoji that they just put in there. Y'all try to debunk my shit like I didn't know what the hell I'm talking about. They just put that shit in there, and it's still not on the iPhone. They do not want you moving on the same frequency, vibrating in harmony, because they understand what that means scientifically. Anything vibrating on the same frequency and harmony is the strongest thing. It superconducts. And physically, it's harder than anything. That's why they don't want your ass coming together. They know what would happen if you were to start thinking on the same mental state, the same mind frame. And we start moving in the same way. It's one way to think the same way, but it's another thing to think the same way and move the same way. That's the difference. That's a whole nother different level. They like, hell no, bitch. Fuck that. So, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Three-eyed Jedi. Kevin talk about the clone meat they are trying to push in Canada without labeling it. Yeah, they've been doing that though here for 20 years. You've been eating clone meat in America for 20 years. Look, that's not a lie. Clone meat has been legally in your supermarket for 20 years. You didn't know that? In America with no labeling. So just saying. So glad I quit eating beef and pork in the 90s. So if you've been eating that shit, just saying, you're already getting the clone meat. Been in America again 20 years. 20. Just so you know. It says my daughters know martial arts and kick a little teenager's and can kick a little teenager's ass. Love you girls. That's what's up. Shout out to Roger Roach's daughters. That's what's up. So again, ultra high dynamic strength and toughness are crucial for fibrous materials impact protective applications. These include bulletproofing armors, vehicles, and aircraft. Our new fiber significantly surpasses all reported macroscopic high performance polymer fibers. Our fabric outperforms Kevlar entirely. Now, again, the reason I put it in there to show you because they're making it with carbon and how ill carbon is. Carbon is the key to everything. And pretty much. They're starting to understand. Carbon is the key to everything. And now bulletproof vests that you can wear around like a shirt. They're making bulletproof vests that are damn near thin as shirts. Crazy. Now, if you get shot with that on, you're going to bruise like a mug. Let me tell you something. You get shot with that on, you're going to bruise like a mug. You're going to bruise severely, but you're going to live. So moving along. Last thing I got in science and the weird. Can't handle the heat. Scientists develop an artificial tongue that can determine exactly how spicy something is. I know y'all already see where I'm going with this, but I'm going to keep reading. An artificial tongue that can work out exactly how spicy something is has been developed by researchers. In good news for those, it's good news for those who can't handle the heat. A simple, transparent square can quickly detect whether a curry is mild or likely to blow your head off. A prototype was able to detect capsaicin, the compound that provides the spice in chili peppers, at levels comparable to human detection. It could also identify other compounds that produce stinging, tingling, or burning sensations often found in the likes of black pepper and garlic. Our flexible artificial tongue holds tremendous potential in spicy sensation estimation for portable taste monitoring devices, lead author Dang from Shanghai Institute said. Now, what is this going to be used for? Right there, boom. Immediately, you got it. Bam. Bam, right off the bat. This is what it's going to be used for. Right off the straight up bat. Dudes going to have this in their pocket. They going to go down. You know I got you, girl. Girl, hold on, girl. You ain't ready for what I'm about to. Hold on, girl. You about to hold on. You slide on down. And then when they get out of sight, when they get out of the view of the eyes right there, they get down right below that pelvis. They reach in that pocket, pull out that little tongue, and put it right on that. They check it. Oh shit, we good to go? Okay. They gonna pull out that little tongue, have it in their pocket. It's gonna be a straight pocket protector. Dude's about to call this shit pocket protector. Because they gonna have that in their pocket. As soon as they go down, ladies, you ain't gonna see it. They gonna have that shit diddle with your thing a little bit so you still think the tongue is on there. Put that little patch right there, whatever it is. Boop. Take a check. Or if it's bad, oh shit, girl. Oh, I forgot. God damn. I forgot. I gotta let my roommate in. But you don't got no roommate. Oh shit. Yeah. My cousin, he came in out of town. He's staying with me for the next 7 years. So I gotta go make sure I'm at home for the rest of them 7 years. Just to make sure he able to get in. Deuces, girl. Like, I'm out. Just saying. It could be used for that. Maybe not. I don't know for sure. But that's what I thought about when I saw it. That's what immediately came to mind. Can it detect STD? Right there. So I thought that was hilarious. Bruz, you might want to invest in that company. So just saying. Moving along, last thing I got in nigga news. A gang of 30 Chicago elementary kids beat up a mother and child on the way home from school, sending them to the hospital. Excuse me. And then Brandon Johnson, let me see if I can find this story on this. Hold on. Damn it. Did I get it? Nope. Damn. Did I lose I lost the video, man. Dang. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me go back. So I put it back in. Hold on a second, guys. Because Brandon Johnson supposedly went missing. Hold on, let me see where I can find it. Brandon Johnson has gone missing. Oops. Hold on. This is not it. Damn it, man. Can I not find it? Hold on, let me punch it in. Hold on a second, guys. There it is. 30 Chicago kids. Hold on. Bam. Because we got to talk about this one right here. We got to talk about this one right here. This is messed up. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Man, there we go. All right. Here we go.
Only on CBS News Chicago, we are learning a group of kids who attacked a Chicago mother and her 9-year-old son have been terrorizing another family. Our Sharday Gray reports that mob was caught on video in both instances.
Carolyn Sanford says the same group of kids who attacked Hatter and her son brutally attacked her adult son this past summer, leaving him unconscious on the ground for half an hour. She says they picked on him because her son has autism and is an easy target.
It's hard remembering it.
For 21-year-old Sean Brown, this attack left him with a fuzzy memory and PTSD.
I couldn't get up for a little minute. My head was hurting.
You can see in this video, he's running from a group of kids. The incident happened near the Trumbull Park Homes, a Chicago housing authority complex. Brown says he was leaving the grocery store when he made eye contact with a group of kids and started running when he was just steps away from his home. You can see Brown is holding a grocery bag, trying to reason with the kids. Then things escalate. We've stopped the video before the kids pulled him off of the grass and into the street.
At first, I didn't want to put my hands on the kid. He's a kid. Like, come on now. I'm a grown man. Put my hand on the kid. Like, I might be slow, but I got common sense.
If this video looks eerily similar to what was captured earlier this week, it's not a coincidence. A group of kids attacked Quashonda Hatter and her 9-year-old son. Our analysis shows the two videos were shot by the same child.
They picked with him because they knew he was scared.
Carolyn Sanford says that boy sent the video to her, taunting her. It was all a part, she says, of her family being bullied by the group for months. In one of those incidents, a boy in the video slapped her 10-year-old daughter, Brown's younger sister, at Orville T. Bright Elementary School. The same school several parents demonstrated this past week, calling for an end to bullying.
My daughter didn't want to go to school. These kids never want to stay home. That girl wants to stay home more than anybody.
Even at home, the same group of kids broke her window and kicked in her door last May.
And the ringleaders is crazy because they say above me. I'm do if I don't, I'm damn if I do. I mean, it ain't no winner here.
Both moms say they have brought complaints to the school with no results. Sanford says she's upset because she warned the school about the kids for months, and she says nothing was done.
Why y'all haven't done nothing a long time ago for this? I did. This been going on. This ain't just started here, and it's not going to end here.
She contacted us after seeing the viral video. We reached out to CPS. We are waiting for a response, and when we get one, we will post it on our website, CBS News Chicago. Reporting in the newsroom, Sharday Gray, CBS News.
So Brandon Johnson went missing. They can't find Brandon Johnson right now after all this shit done gone down. Another shooting. Last night, there was a major shooting that just happened at the Christmas tree thing. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Chicago is tripping. Hold on, where is it? Hold on, damn it, god damn. Oh, here it is. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this is it. Oh, damn it, where'd it go? Where did this go? Hold on. All right, right here. Hold on. I can't see. Hold on.
Able to ride the L train where a woman was.
All right, here we go.
Prosecutors say he lit a woman on fire aboard a train. Meanwhile, there are growing questions about why he was back out on the streets despite a rap sheet reportedly going back to the early 90s. Mike Tobin is live in the Windy City with more. Hi, Mike.
And Dana Lawrence Reed will be once again before the judge today, this time to determine if he will be held behind bars before he goes to trial. And that really is the backbone of this case. On Monday, he was out walking the streets despite a pending case for allegedly knocking a woman out, able to ride the L train where a woman was set on fire. Now, we have a statement from her family through Cook County Health. It's a pretty simple statement. They say, we'd like to thank everyone for the prayers and well wishes as our daughter receives care for her injuries sustained earlier this week. We're also grateful for the excellent care and support of the burn team at Stroger Hospital. It goes on to the family to say the family will not be providing any more updates. Now, the criminal complaint against Reed says he went to a gas station, filled a plastic bottle with gasoline. The images get brutal here, so brace yourself. 20 minutes later, he was on the Blue Line train. Dumped the gasoline on the woman's head. She ran, but he chased her down with the flaming remnants of the bottle and set her on fire.
All I can say is that as awful and as horrific as this tragedy is, this is an isolated incident. As we continue to invest more in our public transportation system, we want people to feel safe as they ride. And so many working people rely upon our public transportation system across the city, and that's why I'm doing my part to ensure that these investments are getting right to the people so that, of course, people can continue to enjoy.
Wait.
So
he's the worst. He got to be the worst mayor of all time. Because not only that, there was a last night at the Christmas tree thing, there's a bunch of people got shot. All the people outside, and then just can't have a normal Christmas tree ceremony because a bunch of shots rang out, then people get shot. Chicago is full of shit. And then they say, no, we don't want, then he goes, no, we don't need you to bring in the military to stop all the crime and this, that, but we just need more programs. Program my ass, bitch. Program is not going to stop these little young motherfuckers. What you call YNs, these little YNs out here who don't give a damn no more. Because in the home system is more lax today because you can get in trouble for smacking up your kid. So most parents don't smack up their kids no more like they used to, get whooped their ass. Now, I don't necessarily believe that was the best way to teach your kid. I think understanding your child and getting into their mind and being able to motivate them that way is the best way. But sometimes the hand on that ass smacking the shit works. And you got to motherfucking use it when you need to. And the fact that these little kids don't fear anything no more, they think they run every goddamn thing, especially the house. They just do anything. What do you do with a generation like that? How do you get to the mind of a generation where they're pretty much so far gone, or are they that far gone that they can't be brought back? Do y'all think that? What do you think? Is this generation, is it the throwaway generation and we need to start over clean? Or can you repair this generation? Because this generation is fucked. They fruitopian, they bitches, straight up. They feminine, they got feminine energy, all emotional about shit. So way more crime, way more offenses, starting way younger than we started, and just don't give a damn. We just kill and do everything. And I mean, they're at this point, they become part of some type of death cult where they revere death, or they not revere it, but they admire it. They admire that shit. So he said, a lot of people here saying reset. He said reset. What do y'all say? Reset? Yeah. Somebody said try to repair. Try to repair how? You gotta say how. What you gonna do with these little young cats? Because that's what Brandon Johnson says. They only need better programs. If we had better programs, then they wouldn't be out here robbing. Most of this stuff is just the culture now. It's not because of programs. It's because of the culture of the community is killing and robbing and stealing and shit. So when it's the culture, it ain't the kid, it's the culture of the community. What do you do? He says, Mr. Ding-a-ling Dash. Who was that? Is Brandon Johnson? What do y'all say? Keep your children safe. Okay. Wait. Hey, this is the best one yet. This is the best one yet, Dwayne Hicks. Make ass whoopings great again. Hey, that's the best one yet, goddammit. Make ass whoopings great again. Faux show. That's hilarious. He says, see, you say you don't know the solution. I get it. You say save them, try to reset, but what's the solution when they all on the death cult? This is the energy, the culture of the community now. Is death cults. Go watch the video of Nick Shirley going into Chicago with the Chicago gangs. Go to Nick Shirley's channel. That's the white dude who be going into all these little spaces. He be in that nigga. I got respect for that motherfucker. He be in there by himself with no security. He just be chilling with straight killers. So he went to Chicago and was chilling with the gangsters and killers in Chicago. And they'll tell you. I mean, it's a real dope ass documentary, little video that he did. And they breaking down what's going on around there. And they just be killing. That's just the culture. That's just the fucking culture there. It's just to shoot up and kill. So what do you do when that's the culture? That's crazy. He says ratchet ass spots. Yep. So what do you got? Y'all got to give me, if y'all want to save them, you got to give me some solutions to save them. Otherwise, we got to start over with Generation A. Generation Z is gone. Generation Z out of here. We got to start with Generation A. We missed the ball with Generation Z. We fucked that. That damn generation done fucked off. They didn't fuck that shit off. We might just have to start new with Generation A, because the programming on Generation Z is all fucked. It's the programming of the fall of the empire. They're programmed with the energy that's going to make the empire fall. What do we give our kids to help the empire, or not even the empire, but just themselves raise up out of the fuck shit? Forget about the empire. Just higher consciousness within the youth, the Generation A. We need to raise the higher consciousness within them, or raise the consciousness within them, so that they don't get trapped into these type of death cults and stuff like that. When they come across this type of stuff, they see it for what it is and they keep moving. So, you know, I don't know what the solution is, but maybe the kids do, because I think the kids have come across a new solution. Basically, check these kids out. It's called the quarter zip movement. And I'm all for it. The quarter zip movement. Y'all heard about that? Check this out. These little young cats, and I don't want to call them YNs, call them young men, YMs. These little young men have started to change and flip. The energy's flipping, y'all. They like, we're getting rid of our Nikes and Nike and sportswear, and we're starting to wear quarter zip sweaters with glasses and go to Starbucks and get us lattes. They're starting to like, hey, fuck this gang bullshit. We're not a part of that. And I am all for it. Straight up. So check this out. Where is it? If I can find it. Come on, y'all. Yeah. I just had it. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. All right. So check this out. And then when they start, and they don't call it a fad. It's not a fad. It's a movement. They're really trying to change the culture in the hood. So I say, what do we do? But it may not be for us to change as adults. The children may have the solution themselves, and I think they do. Watch this. And I love this movement.
News, I'm Danaba. There's clearly a thin line between reporting live from Roberts Club in Atlanta for Hype Plus News. I'm Danaba. There's clearly a thin line between influencing others and having your creation stolen, as this appears to be the current conversation around a now social shift.
Hold on, let me slow it down. This is a little fast. Oh, damn.
Called the line between influencing others and having your creation stolen, as this appears to be the current conversation around a now social shift called the quarter zip movement. For those that don't know, black youths across the country are deciding to switch up their style known for hoodies and street clothes to a business casual appearance with the use of quarter zip pullovers and sweatshirts. Yes, the shirt your father used to and still wears when in office has found its way to black youth. Now, what has made this movement special is the discourse it also provides, which encourages quarter zip recruits to leave their juvenile ways behind to become young men.
And one more thing, we're quarter zip dudes now. We don't do those Nike Techs, no Amiri, no purple jeans, none of that. Not even Aloe. Quarter zips. We don't drink Arizonas, we drink Starbucks.
We don't do Nike Tech. We don't do coffee. There's straight quarter zips and matches around here. What y'all doing, yo?
We quarter zip guys. We don't do none of that artificially flavored stuff. We do quarter zips and we drink.
This is Generation A right here. These little kids are Generation A. What I say, you got to start over. The Generation A is starting with the quarter zips.
Just like 10 out. We quarter zip guys. We don't.
Wait, quarter zips and matcha. matcha blends. Look at them.
do none of that.
There's straight quarter zips and matches around here. What y'all doing, yo?
We quarter zip guys. We don't do none of that artificially flavored stuff. We do quarter zips and we drink matchas.
That's just like $10 a piece. Yo, parents.
It's only $6.70.
We don't do Nike Tech. We don't do coffee. There's straight quarter zips and matches around here. He was
Look
talking
at
about
him.
Nike tech to
I
come
love
outside.
it.
I told him, what are you doing?
According to research, it appears that a post at the top of November by content creator Jason would extend the reach of this movement. In a video shared, it would feature himself and a friend showing off their new quarter zips and matcha drinks to go.
We don't do Nike tech. We don't do coffee. There's straight quarter zips and matchas around here. He was talking about putting on a Nike tech to come outside. I told him, what are you doing? You upgraded in life. You wear glasses now. You wear quarter zips. I don't do Nike tech. We don't do those. Talk to him. Talk to us.
I love it.
Today I'm wearing this sweater. I'm in Blake Street, gang. Change your life, gang. Put the tech down.
Tech down. Quarter zips up, you heard?
Now, even though the trend would start off as somewhat of a joke and sarcasm by imitating parts of white culture, it quickly has become a social movement, as many older black people and women have enjoyed seeing the youth exchange their hoodies and the mentality associated with them to what some may consider a more presentable style choice.
Y'all seen these young brothers looking dapper now? Huh? Y'all seen these young boys? I'm so hyped. And I'm gonna tell you why. The fact that this is a movement among our young men. Notice I didn't say YN. Among our young men. This lets me know that the effects of trap music, gangster music, drill music is fading. Look, for the first time in decades, hip hop isn't even in the top 40. This lets me know that the poison in our community that has poisoned our culture is fading.
Can we talk about how handsome the men are looking going from their Nike Techs to their quarter zips? I love this so much for us. I really do. Like, y'all just look so good. I'm loving this trend real bad.
Young black people deciding we no longer want to dibble and dabble in those ghetto activities. Baby. We want to be classy. We want to be elegant. We trying to elevate. It's no more YNs. They talking about some young gentlemen's. Oh, yeah.
You see, the young black male image has been associated with many negative stereotypes, from being called thugs or now YN.
I like that YN to young noble, from young nicks to young nobles. I love that. Thank you. Even though it could be Nagas, which also means God, ruler, and king and sovereign. But yeah, nobles also.
To being targeted for wearing sagging pants. So many are appreciating seeing this change to help combat against those mentioned stereotypes. It is for that reason that many people are considering this a movement and not a trend, because it involves something much heavier than just doing something for likes. For some, it's helping our youth steer away from parts of the culture that may create more obstacles for them to get ahead in this society. However, like anything posted on the internet, influence can reach people beyond your intended target, which is now happening to the quarter zip movement, as some white TikTokers are catching on to the trendy part about it.
You wear Nike Techs.
No! I know, but hear me out. I saw this gathering today.
Look at how the movement is being colonized. Y'all see this shit? The movement is new. Brand new. And look at the Caucasian motherfuckers colonizing this shit already. And because they have a bigger outreach to the mainstream public, it'll seem like they invented it. See how fucked up this is? Melanated people can't never have shit. This is the bullshit. Look at this motherfuckers at these damn cog. If you want to follow the shit, give props to where you got it from. Because this is absolute bullshit. They're colonizing the whole goddamn movement to where eventually it'll be seen like they started it. The fuck out of here, man.
I saw every single quarter zip, every bottle or glass of matcha.
We don't do Nike tech. We don't do coffee. There's straight quarter zips and matchas around here. He was talking about putting on a Nike tech to come outside. Nike tech. We don't do coffee. There's straight quarter zips and matchas around.
Now, these posts from white TikTokers.
Now, those are old people. Those are old Caucasian men doing that. This is meant for the young melanated men movement. The young Nagas, the young nobles. Look at this shit.
Caused many black users to respond in the comments. One would go on to say, "We can't have nothing," while another would say, "This is not for y'all," followed by one user who will point out the influence of black people. "What would the world do without black American culture?" And over on another post, a user would write, "Gentrified yet another trend."
You guys, they colonized the quarter zip movement over the weekend. Quarter zip movement has been colonized. From Friday to Monday, we lost it that quick. What the hell?
Why do y'all have to try to infiltrate everything? Because the quarter zip is not, it's not about y'all. It's not about y'all. This is not a trend. This is not a challenge. This is a movement. And I love that people are using it as hashtag quarter zip movement instead of hashtag quarter zip challenge, hashtag quarter zip trend. This is not about y'all. This is not about y'all. This is about removing the stigma surrounding black men, young black boys, black men. This is what it's about. Okay? Get the matcha, get the black coffee, get the book, the suitcase, the leather watch, whatever. Do what you got to do. But I'm all for this movement.
We can't even have anything without it being ruined. Just came across this video
this group of kids in the DMV are meeting up, but as you can see, it's not the people, our people, that started this trend. And they're meeting up, like talking about quarter zips and the marches and everything, which is okay, but then it's like, we can never have anything for us. And like, this was a thing that wasn't even a trend. It was like super nice to see our people dressing up and, you know, just in a soft boy, black boy joy era. And it's like getting taken over now.
For some, they would defend the white TikTokers for joining the conversation because technically it started off as an imitation of their style. But others are having a hard time with being okay with non-black users posting quarter zip videos. As we've seen in the past, how one thing can start amongst black users to be giving credit to someone else. Now, what is also interesting about the movement, not every black user is happy to see the videos, as some would even label the movement as anti-black, since it positions European style as a standard of taste and class.
This quarter zip trend is anti-black. I'll start this out by saying I think your intentions are good. You think that you're elevating black people into more class and elegance. But you're implying that when you put on a quarter zip, that you stop being this type of black and you start being this better type of black. But I would like to argue that black excellence comes in millions of different ways that's not exclusive to what you feel like is higher class. What this does is lead to more policing of what acceptable black masculinity looks like.
And there's even other black users who would downplay the impact of changing your style into a quarter zip.
And you as a black person should definitely know that just because you put on a fucking quarter zip does not stop you from being a monkey and a savage to white supremacists. So to say that young black men need to go out there and change their look, change their appearance to make themselves.
I'm going to say that's wrong. Quarter zips won't save you from a cop body slamming you. That's not true. A lot of times cops treat you based off the way you look. Now, even though a lot of rich black people get pulled over, but they don't get treated the same way melanated people in the hood get treated. Why? Because they have a different energy. So if the young kids go out with this energy of, you know, this respectable, I respect myself, so you're going to respect me energy, that plays a part. The cop has nothing left to do but respect him, especially when they start filming all this type of stuff. And then the cop starts abusing kids that look like this and not the other way. Come on. Those police officers are going to get such backlash for doing this to kids who look like this, whereas the other kids who look like gangbangers, they probably were some type of drug dealers or gangbangers or something. They did something, blah, 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 right? But no, not like this. Trust me. I watch police stop videos all the goddamn time. Every damn week. Seen thousands of them. Thousands of police stop videos. You understand? I've seen more police stops than probably most police. And let me tell you, the way you look does play a part in the way the police treat you.
Better. It's just ridiculous.
So let's talk about it more in the comments below. How do you feel about this now viral quarter zip movement and non-blacks joining in? And is this movement a good thing for the black youth? Stay today for the latest news and comedy.
Exactly. Self-respect. If you respect yourself, the police officer has nothing left but to respect you. Absolutely. Archangel, also known as respect. Or excuse me, suspect. I thought you said respect. God damn, I can't even see. God damn it, I thought you said respect. I'm giving you all this goddamn props, Archangel. God damn it. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, so shout out to the young nobles or the young Nagas in the quarter zip movement, and fuck all these goddamn punk bitch ass fakers trying to steal the goddamn movement, bitch. Yo, Darius Foster, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. And everybody else, make sure you hit the cash app before we get out of here. Appreciate you guys. So that's it. And then the last thing I got in nigga news. Again, shout out to those young brothers. Last thing I got in nigga news is Praz from the Fugees is going to jail for 14 years. 14 years for peddling what they call influence, for trying to peddle influence, which is some dumb shit. Meaning he was some Chinese dude paid him to get close to the Trump and them, or the Trump administration. Now, who is doing this beyond belief and not getting called out? Can anybody tell me who is paying for influence, or who has the most influence over anybody in the politicians in the goddamn government and not getting called out for it? They're not going to jail for it. So, okay, respectfully. Who's not getting called out for it? Nope. He was an informant. Oh, he was an informant. Yeah, he was before that. Thank you. Wait, somebody put it in there. Who was this? Brian Barnes, New Khazaria, APAC. They're literally working for another country and not registered as a foreign agent. So you got all these goddamn Khazarian people over here caping for influence. Look, what Trump just went up there and said. What did he say about Marion Adelson that she calls constantly trying to get him to do shit? And she's for Israel more than America. But Proswell got to go to jail for 14 years because he tried to get an Asian an audience with Trump and them. This is some bullshit, man. Because he got $100 million to do it. Oh no, nigga can't get $100 million. No, hell no, motherfucker, you going to jail, bitch. And make this all fucked up is this is the DOJ that's doing it, right? This damn investigation happened before Trump got in office. Because after Trump got in office, he got rid of the foreign affairs and foreign investigations department. What's her name? Pam Bondi? She got rid of the foreign investigations department. Meaning, if this nigga had done this when Trump was in the office right now, he'd be fine. Because they got rid of the foreign investigation office, the foreign influence investigation office. So this is kind of fucked up that he's going to jail for 14 years. But right now, if he got charged with this, he'd be off because there's that department don't even exist no more. This is fucked up, man. Stephen Williams, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app. So Prize is being messed up, man. Prize is being tore the fuck up. And he's the scapegoat when all these other Khazarians and Caucasian people pay for influence all goddamn day. But Proswell is going to jail. He's the face of influence. Come on, man. Such bullshit. The Fugees, the black member of the Fugees, well, all of them black, but the brother, the member of the Fugees, is the face of political influence in America. Fuck out, man. See, this is why this shit is going down. This shit is not it's built to fail. When you have shit that's on such an uneven playing field like this, it can't last. It's so unfair it can't last. So Proswell, man, I hope you can appeal or something, because goddamn, 14 years because you were trying to get somebody in office with somebody. That's crazy. You didn't kill nobody, you didn't hurt nobody, you didn't rape nobody. You didn't none of that. He just tried to get somebody in office, a meeting. He just engineered meetings with people, and he going to jail for 14 years. That's crazy, man. That's absolute nuts. You say, wait, what'd you say about Wyclef? Wyclef is the only Fuji who ain't been hemmed up. I know, right? The only Fuji who ain't been hemmed up yet. So that's messed up. I thought that was jacked up, but Proswell's getting punished for things that the Caucasians and the Khazarians are already doing, have been doing. They created the whole goddamn platform. They created the whole industry. But Proswell's going to jail for 14 years. All right. So we all know what bullshit that is. And we all know that you want to beat this system, what you got to do. You know what you got to do.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear. Not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
Get on over there. And while you're in there, make sure you grab
Freedom
one.
isn't free, but it's something we can all carry with us every day. The Constitutional Rights Card is your pocket-sized reminder of the rights that protect you. It's not just a card, it's a shield against injustice. Knowing your rights is the first step in defending them. When you're armed with knowledge, you empower yourself and those around you. Imagine walking into any situation with confidence, knowing exactly what you're entitled to. This card is a tool for awareness, a way to stand firm in the face of adversity. Don't let ignorance be your downfall. Carry the Constitution and let it guide you in defending your rights. Order yours today at KYRF.org and take the first step toward.
When your star sign aligns with your favorite bars, that's Rapstrology. Available in premium heavyweight, pre-shrunk cotton, designed for durability, comfort, and a fit that lasts. Each one makes a statement in its own way, designed to stand out at concerts, in the studio, or anywhere culture lives. It's more than fashion, it's legacy wear. Rapstrology is about options that speak to your vibe. Every drop connects the zodiac to the spirit of rap, a crossover that's authentic, creative, and conversation starting. Choose from 3 bold text editions, gold, white, and black. Each release marks a new chapter in the Rapstrology story. Volume 1 and Volume 2, Rapstrology tees and hoodies available now.
That's my white commercial for the white channels. How y'all like it? That's my white Rapstrology commercial for the white channels. But we got to get in there. Make sure you get over to kyrf.org/volunteers and sign up if you want to learn the law for free. We are teaching you for free. We make sure you want to get in we're not doing any interviews for December. So we're shutting it down for December. But if you want to get in for the January interview class, make sure you sign up within the next month. Make sure you get over here and let us know that you want to get in here, learn the law for free, and we will hook you up. Make sure you get into that January interview class. Also, again, make sure you also can go there to Know Your Rights Foundation for any of the products. As we just shown you, the Know Your Rights Foundation, the Constitutional Rights Cards, the qualified immunity notices, and all the rest of that.
This is the notice.
So stuff like that, the notices, everything you get, you can go to knowyourrightsfoundation.org, or you can just go to realnagas.com also and order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, and get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. Again, this is the best way you guys can support. I love every way you guys can support. So any way you do, I appreciate it. But the best way to support is buy one of these books, and let me give you so buy this is vegetables and dessert. So buy the vegetables, and then you get the dessert right here with the melanin. Melanin is dessert. The Police Stop Law package is the vegetables. So I give you the vegetables for free. You got to buy the dessert. All right. So that is the way you support. Appreciate you guys any way that you do. And then let me go out with one more message from the God.
I have a dream that everyone will visit and join KYRF.org.
You heard him. Get your butt over there. Also, realnagas.com. Order some of the merch. Any one of the t-shirts. Appreciate you guys. Boom. Rapstrology t-shirts, hoodies. Also, the FAFO t-shirts and hoodies. Appreciate you. I'm out of here. Deuces. Thank you all my moderators. Thank everybody for hitting the Cash App. Forgot everybody hit the Cash Apps and the Super Chats. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all for doing that. I'll be here next week. Holla at you later. Peace.